Chapter 46-33. This is a good opportunity to enter the God-defying realm. That brother Duan Ling Tian, the people who care about are all in the gods' plane of the gods against the gods, the land of the gods, and they are mainly concentrated in the Xia family, the land of the gods. Lei Hong's eyes were bright, and he felt that he had found a good opportunity for revenge, and he couldn't easily miss it. After all, now not only Duan Ling Tian, but also Feng Qingyang has left the God-defying realm. Although Feng Qingyang may not be the deity who left, Duan Ling Tian must be the one who competed with Xue Qingzhu, a newly promoted 7th-level powerhouse in the outside world and outside the world. The deity is undoubtedly. If it weren't for the deity, there would be no need to compete with the other party. The place left by the gods, the Xia family. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hong became more and more excited, and at the same time calmed down a little after being excited for a while. Duan Lingen, the deity is outside, and the clone of the law of time must be staying in the God-defying realm, and it is likely to stay in the Xia family, the land left by the gods. His time law clone is too strong. Even if I recondense the strongest law clone, it is not the opponent of his law clone, and there is no way to do anything to the people of the Xia family. Last time, in the Hongmeng realm, his strongest law avatar was defeated by Duan Lingshan's time law avatar, which allowed him to see how powerful the law avatars of the 4 supreme laws are, so that he has been mainly studying the 4 supreme laws recently. I want to improve the law of death that I am good at. If his law of death can step into the realm of small perfection and condense the clone of the law, he will not be afraid of Duan Lingshan's clone of the law of time, because Duan Lingshan's law of time is also at the level of small perfection. We must hurry up. Let's just go for a trip. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hong made up his mind, with a look of madness flashing in his eyes. Duan Lingen, you dare to attack the sect behind me, and even kill the Jesuin in my sect. This is completely disrespecting me. Hong put it in his eyes, and rubbed my Lei Hong's face on the ground. In fact, he didn't have much affection for the sect behind him. Even if the deceased Jiazun died, he didn't feel much. He is a selfish person with weak emotions. How could he be in the life and death of others? What he cares most about is his face. When Duan Ling Tian shot at the sect behind him, he was hitting him in the face. Ever since Duan Ling Tian took the shot, there have been rumors everywhere in the bright light realm that Duan Ling Tian doesn't take Lei Hong seriously, even saying that even though Lei Hong and Duan Ling Tian are the same as the 7th level powerhouse, he has no courage to find Duan Ling Tian for revenge in the back. When he heard such words, he was so angry that he killed all those gossiping people. Lei Hong would be afraid of Duan Ling Tian? What a joke! If it weren't for Duan Lingshan's good relationship with Meng Han from the outer boundary, if it wasn't for Duan Lingshan's master named Feng Qingyang, if it weren't for Meng Han and Feng Qingyang being both Xian's 7th-level existences, Lei Hong would never have taken revenge on Duan Ling Tian. Lei Hong made a decisive decision, directly tore apart the space, and prepared to sneak into the Nishan realm, kill the Xia family, the land left by the gods, and destroy the Xia family that Duan Ling Tian cared about, which made Duan Ling Tian feel distressed, and even regretted the past. And at the same time as Lei Hong left, Duan Lingtian also made the 3rd sword in the sparring with Xue Qingzhu. Before cutting out this sword, he intentionally reminded Xue Qingzhu, fellow Taoist Xue, with the 2 swords just now, I was just testing your methods casually. This 3rd sword is my real strength. You have to deal with it with all your heart. Don't wait to lose the bet, blame yourself for not being careful. Duan Ling Tian reminded Xue Qingzhu in advance that the future teacher in front of him was not convinced. Good. Xue Qingzhu immediately became vigilant when she heard the words. Just now, because of the casual mentality that she could easily deal with the previous 2 swords, she also completely restrained herself. Her intuition told her that it was unlikely that fellow Taoist Feng would lie to her, and that fellow Taoist Duan should really be a big deal. Call out. When Duan Lingshan's 3rd sword was slashed out, the wind and cloud shook in an instant, and all the turbulence in the surrounding space was shattered, as if half of it had been turned into nothingness. Terrible power swept in all directions, as if shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with an overwhelming momentum. And in the next moment, It was this earth-shattering attacking gesture, which instantly restrained its sharpness and condensed itself. The sword light that flew out seemed to have become a low profile in a blink of an eye. This sword, Duan Lingtian didn't keep it anymore, and showed the 8th level of swordsmanship. The previous 2 swords only stimulated the 7th level kendo. As for the way of control and the way of infinity, he didn't intend to use it, thinking that it would be too bullying, and now he doesn't have the need to rely on those 2 methods. Using stronger swordsmanship can make this future master who is also a swordsman convinced. The 8th stage. Xue Qingzu's expression changed. She originally thought that even though Duan Lingtian had hidden a lot of strength, his swordsmanship was at most close to the 8th level of swordsmanship, but she didn't expect that Duan Lingshan's 3rd sword cut turned out to be the 8th level of swordsmanship that was completely above the 7th level. Even if it's the breeze on the side, it still looks dull at this moment. He originally thought that his disciple was going to rely on a method in the way of infinity or the way of control to suppress his favorite woman. But it never occurred to him that his disciple stepped into the 8th level 1 step ahead of him. In the past, he said to the outside world that his disciple was better than Blue, and he was talking about the overall strength of his disciple. If he really wanted to talk about swordsmanship alone, he asked himself that he was still not surpassed by his disciple. Unexpectedly, his disciple walked ahead of him in the way of the sword without making a sound. This made him feel very complicated. This time, his disciple is really better than Blue in all aspects. Call out. Although Xue Qingzhu confirmed that Duan Lingtian had mastered the 8th level kendo, she was not intimidated. She still tried her best to deal with it. She also wanted to see the difference between the 8th level kendo and her 7th level kendo. The difference. Moreover, when Duan Lingtian slashed out with this sword, she also discovered and understood something from this sword, as if there was something worth learning from. Duan Lingshan's sword is driven by the law of space, cutting through the void. It is the sword of space. And Xue Qingzhu is good at the law of life. A sword rises into the sky, and the halo flows, as if life is sublimating. The next moment, the sword glows of the 2 collided together. Different from the previous 2 times when they were evenly matched, this time after half of Duan Lingshan's sword light was annihilated, he forcibly wiped out Xue Qingzu's sword, and the remaining sword light was cut out unabated. Duan Lingtian saw the doubtful look on Xue Qingzu's pretty face. His eyes suddenly calmed down, as if he lost his mind for a moment, and his face changed suddenly. Just when he was about to make a move, he saw that his master, Feng Qingyang, had already made a move. Call out. The sword light of time cut through the void, making time and a space seem to be frozen, no longer moving forward, and the sword light of Duan Lingtian was also affected. This sword, and the rest of Duan Lingshan's sword, died together, but the aftermath of power still swept towards Xue Qingzhu. Feng Qingyang set out to protect Xue Qingzhu. This is Epiphany. After the aftermath of the power dissipated, Feng Qingyang turned to look at Xue Qingzhu, only to find that Xue Qingzhu had entered a mysterious state, and after confirming that she had an epiphany, she immediately looked helpless. This girl, is she too worried about him and his disciples? This is putting their lives in the hands of the 2 of them. At this moment, before Duan Lingtian had time to see Xue Qingzu's situation, his pupils shrank suddenly. Region? The land left by God in Nishan realm is a part of the small world in his body, and he discovered it as soon as Lei Hong himself arrived. Chapter 4634. If it was in another place, even if he found Lei Hong at the first time, Duan Lingtian would not dare to confirm whether the other party was the deity or the avatar of the law, and he would need to check with his spiritual sense, or confirm after the fight. After all, the avatar of the law of the 7th level existence of Xion has reached the point where it can be compared with the deity only by looking at the outside. However, the land left by God in the Nishan realm is a part of the small world in Duan Lingshan's body, and still belongs to his small world in his body, so when Lei Hong entered his small world in his body, he not only discovered it immediately, but even it is confirmed that Lei Hong is the deity. Before he even had time to say hello to his master, Duan Lingtian disappeared in a flash, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Because of the current situation of my master, I can't leave for the time being, and I need to protect my future teacher Xue Qingzhu, so I didn't pull my master to go with me, and I didn't dare to move Xue Qingzhu rashly, so as not to disturb her epiphany. The higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to encounter something like epiphany. Once encountered, it can often be greatly improved. Not to mention anything else, just say that this time Xue Qingzhu faced his 8th level Kendo epiphany, and when the epiphany is over, her attainments in Kendo will probably no longer be inferior to his master as before, and it is very likely that she will equal his master, even surpass a little. Lei Hong, since you're here this time, don't leave. Duan Lingtian directly returned to the little senior sister in his body, and after a space leap, he reached the small part of the small world in his body that he assigned to serve as the land of the gods. His eyes were radiant, with killing intent. Lei Hong in his eyes is the #1 enemy at the moment. He must be beheaded, otherwise there will be no small hidden danger if he stays. Although he is not afraid of the other party, he also wants to kill the other party as soon as possible. In addition, last time, Lei Hong ruined his good deeds and hindered his search for Yun Qingyan. It can be said that he has made a big hatred with him. And when Duan Lingtian noticed that Lei Hong broke into the land of the gods, Lei Hong had already arrived near the Xia family, the land left by the gods, and made a lightning strike, intending to destroy the Xia family. Lei Hong's attack was earth-shattering, his aura was like a rainbow, and his power, like the approaching doomsday, swept the world and enveloped the Xia family's residence. Inside the Xia family mansion, a large clan guard formation rose, and a translucent mask enveloped all directions. Countless purple electric snake-like thunders roamed around the translucent mask, exuding a good aura. This is also the defense of the Xia family. Who? What a powerful force! This power is suffocating. In the Xia family, all the high-level members of the Xia family, including the head of the family Xia Yu and the third master Xianxia, were also alarmed by the sudden warning of the clan guard formation, and their faces changed. Not good dash. The only strongest person in the Xia family has been staying in the Xia family recently, and when he sensed the power sweeping and killing from outside, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, rumble. As the power from outside like a mountain torrent sweeping across the world enveloped and fell, the Xia family's seemingly incomparably strong family protection array fell to pieces in an instant, like a chicken and a dog, vulnerable to a single blow, and it also made everyone in the Xia family feel the hearts of the people. Fear. And at this moment, call out. A sword light shot up into the sky, and then divided into thousands of sword lights in midair, roaring and sweeping around, interweaving into a huge sword net, intending to stop the terrifying power falling from the sky like a torrent of heaven and earth. It's Lord Duan Lingtian. Master Duan Lingtian has made a move. The eyes of all the high-level members of the Xia family lit up, as if they saw a savior, thinking that the Xia family must be saved if that one took action. However, only the strongest member of the Xia family, Xia Hechuan, changed his expression again and again. Because he has confirmed that the person who came is the existence of the 7th level Xion, and it seems that he is not a clone of the law, because the power of the opponent's shot is too powerful. Originally, he thought that as long as Duan Lingtian was around, the Xia family would be safe. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian made a move that he realized that Duan Lingtian himself should not be in the Xia family, otherwise it would be impossible to use the Law of Time clone to make a move, and the power displayed by the Law of Time clone is obviously slightly weaker than the opponent. Rumble. Soon, the palpitating force that seemed to destroy the sky and destroy the earth swept in from outside finally landed on the sword net that soared into the sky, causing the sword net to vibrate. Its color dimmed instantly, and it was crumbling. Many sword glows that had turned into part of the sword net showed clearly visible cracks, as if they might be broken at any time. This scene also made everyone in the Xia family change their faces. How is this going? Master Duan Lingtian can't stop the other party? Master Duan Lingtian casts the Law of Time. Is this his law avatar? At this moment, Everyone guessed that the coming person must be the existence of the 7th level Xian, and they even vaguely guessed the identity of the other party. One of the existences of Xian's 7th order. They have also heard about the grievances between Duan Lingtian and Lei Hong, but they never think that Lei Hong dared to kill them, because they are not easy to provoke, and there are 2 whole 7th level existences of Xian. Unexpectedly, Lei Hong finally came to kill him. Moreover, he came to the door when Lord Duan Lingtian himself was not around. This Lei Hong definitely knows that Lord Duan Lingtian's deity is not there. After thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. If Lord Duan Lingtian's deity is not there, and Lei Hong is the one who comes, they are afraid that they will die today. Duan Ling, your mere law avatar can't stop me. Outside, there was a disdainful voice. Today I, Lei Hong, will destroy your legal avatar and Xia family, and let you know what will happen if you offend me, Lei Hong. In the next moment, a more powerful force swept in from the outside, just like the second wave pushing the first wave to impact and fall. It's over. The members of the Xia family were in despair. Really, region. And at this moment, the sword net that was about to be shattered in the sky suddenly extended 2 strange auras, which made the sword net seem to be strengthened in an instant. Even if Lei Hong's second wave of offensive came, it was still failed to break the sword net. Lei Hong outside was just a little puzzled, before he had time to investigate the situation. Lei Hong. A cold shout spread across the sky, and at the same time, Duan Lingtian's true self stepped out above the Xia family's residence, looking directly at Lei Hong with his cold eyes. How can it be? Lei Hong's face changed drastically. He never expected that Duan Lingtian would come back so quickly. He was not in a small realm some distance from here and outside the realm. The newly promoted 7th level powerhouse Xue Qingzhu? Thinking of his second wave of offensive just now, he almost tried his best, but he still couldn't shatter the power rising inside. What does this mean? It means that there is a deity of the strongest 7th order powerhouse in it. Coupled with Duan Lingtian who came back suddenly, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, he had only one thought left. Duan Lingtian's so-called sparring with people outside is just an illusion. The real purpose is definitely to catch him. And now, the one who blocked his attack at the Xia family's residence was most likely the strong Meng Han who had been lurking in the outside world earlier in the morning. Chapter 4635. This is the plane of the small world in your body? Duan Lingtian came back through the small world in his body. After returning, this part of the small world that was transformed into the land of the gods was merged with the small world in his body. When he appeared, he was also region noticed this. Lei Hong's face was livid, and there was a bit of regret in his eyes. Careless. Why didn't I think of this? In fact, it's not that Lei Hong couldn't think of this, but because of the details about Duan Lingtian that Lei Hong captured the most powerful person in the god-defying realm earlier, and he also mentioned some of the details about Duan Lingtian. The Dixia family, a family that has a close relationship with Duan Lingtian. According to what that person said, the land left by the gods has always existed. The reason why Lei Hong didn't take too many precautions when he entered the land of the gods this time was also because he knew that the land of the gods hadn't changed much recently, and it was still the land of the gods. Because recently, he also went to arrest some high-ranking gods who walked out of the god-defying realm to gain knowledge in places outside the world. From those high-ranking gods, he learned that the Xia family is still in the land of the gods, and Duan Lingtian is also resident in the gods. The Xia family, the place left behind, has not changed much. It was in line with everything he knew about coercing the most powerful people in the god-defying realm. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly have thought that the god-relict land that already existed in Nishan realm would suddenly be dropped by the up-and-comer Duan Lingen? This is definitely a game he made against me. At this moment, Lei Hong cursed secretly in his heart. It's really insidious. Now, he suspects that the existence of the 7th level Xian present, in addition to the known Duan Lingtian and his master Feng Qingyang, Meng Han from the Bibo Tianfu in the outer world is probably also there, and even the newcomer in the outer world Xian's 7th level powerhouse, Xueqingzhu, was also recruited by Duan Lingtian to act in 9 out of 10. The purpose of acting is self-evident. It is to lure him into the trap, let his true self come to the God-defying realm in person, and then keep him in the God-defying realm forever. Perhaps, Xueqingzhu was not just here to act, but Meng Han helped Duan Lingtian find him to deal with Lei Hong. Lei Hong, since you're here, don't leave. Duan Lingtian sneered, even if there is only one person present, he is absolutely sure to keep Lei Hong. Lei Hong's deity has entered the small world inside his body, and if he wants to get out, it will be harder than climbing to the sky. On the other hand, Lei Hong, facing Duan Lingtian who had just walked out, his face turned blue and white for a while, and then he gritted his teeth and said, Duan Lingen, do you think you can keep me if you set up a trick to lure me into the bait? You think too much dash. Almost at the moment when Lei Hong's voice fell, he saw something suddenly appearing in his hand. It was a dead wood with black and golden light all over its body. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a palpitating aura, which also made Duan Lingtian frowning. In this dead wood, he clearly felt the strong power of space law. Even not weaker than the law of space where he is currently. Not good. Seeing that Lei Hong took out the treasure of the law of space, Duan Lingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he shot like lightning, and with all his strength, he swept towards Lei Hong, intending to keep Lei Hong in the first place. However, almost at the moment Duan Lingtian left, I saw his dark dead wood glowing with black and golden light suddenly cracked in Lei Hong's hands, and then burst out suddenly, extending a terrifying space force, covering Lei Hong's whole body inside, and then Lei Hong's body it gradually became illusory inside. At this time, one can vaguely see the headache on Lei Hong's face, which shows that the black dead wood is also a very important life-saving thing for him. If he hadn't felt that he was under the siege of the 4 most powerful 7th-level powerhouses and might lose his life at any time, he wouldn't have used this whole card in his hand. At the same time, when Duan Lingtian was ready to attack, Lei Hong's figure had disappeared under the shroud of space power, and Duan Lingshan's offensive only had time to defeat the space power that sent Lei Hong away. The space law of Dzogchen contains the infinite way above the 8th level, and the power of Xian above the 8th level. One shot missed, and Lei Hong was not left behind. Duan Lingtian tried to sweep out with his divine sense, smashed the surrounding space, and searched in all directions, but still did not find any trace of Lei Hong. Obviously, he was not only sent away, but maybe he was sent directly. Against God Realm. This treasure. It is definitely left by the super strong before the historical partition. Now that it was confirmed that Lei Hong had run away, Duan Lingtian didn't chase after him anymore. His eyes fell on the deadwood fragments that turned into black star spots and gradually disappeared into the void. His consciousness extended over, and it was not difficult to sense a trace of familiar aura on it. The breath of the land of return. It can be seen that the black deadwood comes from the land of ruins left by the strong before the historical partition. I didn't expect Lei Hong to have such a life-saving card. It is at least the 8th level of Xian, and the treasure left by the space Dzogchen powerhouse who has mastered the way of infinity beyond the 8th level. This point, Duan Lingtian did not expect. What Duan Lingtian didn't even expect was that Lei Hong would run away immediately, but Fan Lei Hong hesitated a little bit, and was a little bit reluctant to use this life-saving thing. Just now he managed to keep Lei Hong. He really didn't expect that Lei Hong would be so decisive. Isn't he the only one? Lei Hong, he probably doesn't know his true strength. It is impossible for Duan Lingtian to think of. The reason why Lei Hong used his life-saving whole card without hesitation at the moment he was about to make a move after he appeared was because he thought that there were still 3 powerful 7th-level powerhouses lurking in the dark, and he was deeply afraid that he would be attacked and besieged lethal. Lei Hong already regarded this as Duan Lingtian and the others trying to catch him. If Duan Lingtian knew this, he would definitely be extremely wronged, because not to mention the scene, even looking at the entire God-defying realm, he was the only one at the 7th level of Xian. The other side. Lei Hong, who had successfully escaped from birth, let out a long sigh of relief. The boat almost capsized in the gutter. Fortunately, I have a life-saving hole card that I got from a place where I returned to the ruins in the past. Pity. Such a life-saving means, such a chance, was used up so early. Lei Hong's heart was bleeding, but he also knew that at that time, he had no choice but to do this, otherwise he might die at the hands of the 7th rank of the 4 greatest powers due to a single thought. Duanling, one day, I will make you regret that you have offended me, Lei Hong. It caused me to lose my life-saving hole card, and the hatred between you and me is even greater. Even though Duanling Tian not only showed the 8th level swordsmanship when he shot just now, but also showed the way of infinity and control, but because Lei Hong ran so fast that Lei Hong didn't notice it at all. Otherwise, he must now know Duanlingshan's true strength. And if he knew Duanlingshan's true strength, he would probably have the confidence to say this now. After Lei Hong escaped smoothly, Duanling Tian quickly walked out of the Nishan realm and came to the place where Xue Qingzhu had an epiphany, but found that Xue Qingzhu was still enlightened there, and his master Feng Qingyang stayed aside like a patron saint. Consciousness sweeps the quartet and is vigilant around. Did something happen just now? Duanlingshan's sudden departure was noticed by Feng Qingyang. Seeing him coming back at this time, he couldn't help but ask for a while. Duanling Tian nodded. Lei Hong himself has entered the god-defying realm and the Xia family, the land left by the gods. Chapter 46-36. He actually went to the god-defying realm with his true self? He also went to the land of the gods? From Feng Qingyang's point of view, if Lei Hong dared to use his true self to enter the world against the gods and the land left behind by the gods, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. You know, the land left by the gods is a part of the small world in his disciple's body, and he can return quickly through the small world in his body at any time. Lei Hong entered the land of the gods. If he used the normal channel of the teleportation array, his disciple might not be able to lock Lei Hong in the first place. However, as long as Lei Hong dares to do something, the power of the strongest 7th level, which is different from ordinary people, is enough to alarm his disciple in the first place, and be locked by his disciple, and it can even be confirmed that he came this time. The avatar is still the deity. Have you left him? Regarding Duanlingshan's strength, Feng Qingyang couldn't be more clear. It is not too difficult to keep an ordinary 7th level powerhouse like Lei Hong, not to mention that Lei Hong went to the divine legacy, separated from the small world in Duanlingshan's body. But now, the reason why he asked this was because he felt something was wrong. Lei Hong, after all, is also a strong 7th order Xian. If his disciple Duanling Tian kills Lei Hong, logically speaking, there will definitely be a very astonishing phenomenon of heaven and earth on the Nishan realm. The vision of heaven and earth, accompanied by the pouring rain of blood, seems to be the anger of the sky and the hatred of the people. Although his true self is here, he still has a clone of the law in the god-defying realm, and he didn't notice anything unusual. Let him run away. Duanling Tian shook his head, because his expression was so indifferent that his master Feng Qingyang couldn't see his mood, and he couldn't confirm whether Lei Hong was left behind by him. In Feng Qingyang's view, even if Lei Hong has not been killed, it is a good thing as long as Lei Hong is kept. After all, that is Lei Hong's real deity. Ran. However, what Feng Qingyang never expected was that Lei Hong ran away. How is this possible? Then Lei Hong, is it possible that there are other tricks to suppress the bottom of the box? This was the first thought that came to his mind, and he asked aloud at the same time, because he always felt that this matter was not that simple. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of his disciple Duanling Tian, he would definitely be able to handle the who broke into the god-defying realm. Region of the land of the land. Duanling Tian nodded, and then told the details of Lei Hong's escape one by one. For Lei Hong's decisive escape he is still a little puzzled. Then Lei Hong is a little too timid, isn't he? He actually has the life-saving means left by the Xian 8th level powerhouse before the historical partition? Feng Qingyang sucked in a breath of air conditioning, and never thought that Lei Hong escaped with the help of the life-saving means left by the super-strong before the historical partition. It is also necessary to pay a considerable price to condense it in the special dead wood. With Lei Hong's means, even if I was there at the time, I'm afraid I can only watch him flee. Feng Qingyang sighed, and his words were quite regrettable. He was only a little bit close to leaving Lei Hong behind, so as to avoid future troubles. But he didn't expect Lei Hong to have such life-saving means. This time he is lucky, next time he will not be so lucky. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingshan's eyes, with a murderous intent. I don't believe he can use such a life-saving method a second time. Before Lei Hong escaped, when he used the life-saving means, although he didn't show it on his face, there was a clear look of reluctance and determination in the depths of his eyes, and 9 out of 10 he didn't have the second piece of life-saving deadwood in his hands. And that thing is unusual, and it's normal not to have a second piece. He who inherited the memory of the old man Wukong knows very well how difficult it is to forge such a life-saving deadwood. At least he has to carry it with him for more than 10,000 years, and he can only breed one piece of life-saving wood at a time. Such things are usually used to save the lives of their closest descendants. Feng Qingyang smiled wryly. Let him escape this time, next time he might not dare to go against the God realm easily. Duan Lingtian naturally knew this. However, he didn't care. That Lei Hong has stepped into the 7th level of Xian anyway. He really doesn't believe that Lei Hong can never shrink back. In other words, if Lei Hong really can't shrink back, even if there is no chance of killing Lei Hong in the future, he will admit it. Master, if the next person succeeds in enlightenment, his strength may not be inferior to yours. Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, looked at Xue Qingzhu who was not far away, changed the subject and said with a smile, when she wakes up from the epiphany and fulfills her bet to go to your place as a guest, don't waste your time and take her down as soon as possible. Lest you have long nights and dreams. If she can't be my teacher's wife, I will be a big loser if I help her realize this. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Feng Qingyang glared at him angrily. Turn around and wait for fellow Taoist Xue's epiphany to come to an end, and you will also compete with me to demonstrate the 8th level sword art. You have hidden it so deeply that even I don't know that your sword art has gone further. That is, it has only recently broken through. Duan Lingtian laughed. After walking here for a while, seeing that Xue Qingzhu had no intention of waking up, Duan Lingtian didn't stay here any longer, as long as he had his master here. It happened that after Xue Qingzhu woke up, he found that his master was his guardian, and he was moved again. What Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that, on the 3rd day after he went back, another heavenly word appeared again. This time, the appearance of the heavenly Tao text was not to announce to the quartet that someone had broken through to the 7th level of Xian. It's an upgrade announcement about the function of the Babel Tower. From now on the side of all the entrances of the Tongtian Tower, there will be a second purple thunder winding exit, for those who have stepped into the strongest realm to enter, and pass the checkpoint test set by the Tongtian Tower in it, and they can gain insight into history. The law left by the Master and the opportunity of the 4 ways of heaven and earth, in which practice can get twice the result with half the effort. All the most powerful people will appear in the exclusive independent space when they are transferred into it. The strength and soul realm in the body will also be limited to the realm of the upper gods, which will help to comprehend various laws, and will recover on their own after leaving the Tongtian Tower. Duan Lingtian couldn't help frowning after reading the heavenly Tao text. What's the situation? According to the meaning of the words of Tian Dao, is it intended to help a group of powerful people and saints quickly increase their strength? If it is said that the appearance of the heavenly Tao talisman in the past, he thought it was aimed at him and his master Feng Qingyang. Well, now that the new function of the Tongtian Tower has appeared, he feels that it is not only aimed at those who have just stepped into the 7th level of Xian, but also at the stronger half-step world venerable among the Xians, Jiezun. Even targeting most Xians. Today's semi-saints and saints were basically invincible high-ranking gods, among the high-ranking gods in the past. Why are you so reluctant to step into Xian? Isn't it because after stepping into Xian, the difficulty of comprehending the law will increase a lot? Therefore, more people feel that it is the wisest decision to comprehend the law of Dzogchen in the realm of high gods, and then step into the realm of power. But now, the appearance of these heavenly characters in front of us undoubtedly subverted the past cognition. In the future, the upper gods can step into the Xian realm at any time, and there is no need to consider the difficulty of comprehending the law will increase, because they have the Tian Tian Tower. To support them, they only need to enter the Tong Tian Tower to retreat, and there are the laws left by the strong before the historical partition and the 4 ways of heaven and earth for viewing. Chapter 4637. Now, it was not just Duan Lingtian who saw the heavenly words appearing at the end of the cracked sky. Even other people in 10,000 realms and even places outside the realm have seen it. For a time, the expressions on the faces of many half-step realm masters and realm masters from the 10,000 realms, as well as the half-saints and saints in the land outside the realm, became a little unsightly. Are you kidding me? In the past, when they were still high-ranking gods, the call to the supreme realm came many times. Because the laws had not yet understood the realm of Dzogchen, they were worried that it would be difficult to see the law of Dzogchen after they stepped into the supreme realm, so they could only forcefully stay in the upper realm. In the realm of gods, only after you have become the invincible high-ranking god and the call of the most powerful realm comes again, will you be willing to take advantage of the situation and step into it to become the most powerful. During that period, even if they knew that if they immediately stepped into the strongest position, they would be stronger than the average strongest person at the bottom, they still were not in a hurry to step into the strongest position. He is even willing to work under ordinary powerful people and grovel. Only they themselves know the hardship and bitterness involved. However, after later stepping into the strongest level with the invincible strength of the superior god, and achieving the 5th and 6th levels of the strongest, they felt that everything in the past was worth it. Otherwise, if they had stepped into the strongest level earlier, it is absolutely impossible to enter the 5th or 6th level at this moment. And now, the Tiandao text has been published to all directions, revealing the new function of the Tower of Babel, which actually allows the most powerful person who enters it to suppress their power and soul realm to the upper level realm, and can pass the level test inside. Observe and understand the corresponding laws left by the strong before the historical separation, the 4 paths of heaven and earth. This is tantamount to giving all the strongest a pair of wings to take off. It's like cheating on them. Although they are also vested interests, and now they can enjoy this benefit by entering through the new entrance of Babel Tower, they still feel unwilling to do so when they think of their hard work in the past. They feel that the law of heaven is unfair, and this time they deliberately target them. They are the most powerful 5th level and 6th level beings. Before today, I never dreamed that what happened to Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in the past would happen to people like us. God is unfair. It's really unfair. However, I can't compare with those 2 adults. After all, we are also profitable this time. With the new functions of the Babel Tower, I will hopefully go 1 step further and become a realm master, and even sprint to the extreme power. The 7th level obtains the unparalleled honor of being announced separately by Tiandao characters. Among the strong men before the historical separation, there are many who are at the 7th level and above, and there are even super strong men of the 8th and 9th levels. In other words, this new entrance to the Tower of Babel will be a step ahead for those few. For those who have entered the 7th level of the most powerful, it is also an opportunity to quickly improve themselves. In the land of 10,000 realms and beyond, a group of strong men of the 5th and 6th levels showed their unwillingness to give up. When they complained to their friends, they kept sighing. This day things have really changed. In the future, when the superior gods break through to the most powerful realm, they no longer need to worry about anything. They can just break through and it's done. As long as the Babel Tower is here, not only will it not be more difficult to comprehend the laws in the future, but it will also be easier than before. Yes, this is to urge the superior to step into the most powerful realm. In the past, high-level gods would not easily step into the most powerful realm unless their potential was exhausted and a 1,000-year catastrophe was at stake. But from today on, all high-level gods who sense the call of the most powerful realm will no longer need to "I want be promoted" anymore. It is conceivable that from today on, whether it is our world or the places outside the world, a large number of powerful people will be born. And this is indeed the case. A group of high-ranking gods in the 10,000 realms and beyond the world, who have not yet sensed the call of the Supreme Realm, all think that as soon as the call of the Supreme Realm appears later, they will respond as soon as possible and step into the Supreme Realm, because only in this way can they enter. The second entrance to the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel serves the most powerful and does not accept high-ranking gods. Damn, why didn't this heavenly text appear a few days in advance? I just rejected the call to the strongest realm 2 days ago. Damn it. It won't be that simple to step into the strongest realm next. I regret it. Are you kidding me? I just refused the call to the strongest realm half a month ago. Many high-level deities with good talents, who had just rejected the call of the most powerful realm some time ago, all regretted it after carefully studying the meaning expressed in the words of heaven. They got so angry that they started to curse, and they kept swearing. The way of thieves and the ways of dogs. And those high-ranking gods who have not yet sensed the call of the most powerful realm are eagerly waiting for the arrival of their own call to the most powerful realm. Senior brother, I heard you say that you refused the exchange of the strongest realm 3 years ago. Next, I may enter the strongest realm before you. If I gain something from entering the Babel Tower, I will definitely give it to you after I come out. You share. In another plane of gods in the inverse god realm, an elder from a top giant-level sect said playfully to the senior brother next to him. In exchange, it was a scolding from the other party. Roll. He was already in a bad mood, and his junior brother came to add fuel to the fire. Didn't this make him even more uncomfortable? Senior brother. If you dare to talk any more, believe it or not, I will beat you up. Don't forget, you are not the strongest yet. Similar scenes were staged all over the world and beyond. Some people were happy, while others were yelling. As for those ordinary and powerful people, they are now seeing the words of heavenly Tao. After carefully studying the profound meaning, as long as they have nothing urgent to do, they will rush to the direction of the entrance of Babel Tower as soon as possible. The entrance of Babel Tower in the past, it's no secret for a long time, but the current second entrance is right next to the original entrance. What the Tiandao text says is the entrance entwined with purple thunder. Someone arrived near the original entrance of the Tower of Babel and found that there was another entrance on the scene. It was a black vortex wrapped with purple thunder. The original pure black vortex formed a sharp contrast. No one with a clear mind would notice it. Might be wrong. Moreover, even if someone makes the wrong choice, they will not be able to enter the original entrance of the Tower of Babel. Because the threshold of that entrance is the 6th level of the strongest. Suppress your cultivation to reach the realm of high-level gods, pass the level test, and get the opportunity to observe and understand the laws left by the strong before the historical separation and the 4 paths of heaven and earth? Feng Qingyang, who was protecting the Dharma beside Xue Qingzhu, showed some yearning in his eyes after reading the announcement of the Tiandao text. He knew that this was not only an opportunity for those high-level gods and ordinary powerful people to become stronger, but also an opportunity for powerful 7th-level beings like him to become stronger. Chapter 46:38. However, longing for longing, Feng Qingyang quickly retracted his thoughts, and his eyes fell on Qian Ying not far away. At least, he couldn't walk away until the woman in front of him who was still immersed in enlightenment woke up. He couldn't just ignore her, right? I really admire Xiao Tian. I don't know how these ladies managed to take care of both. Feng Qingyang felt a sigh in his heart when he thought that his disciple had several wives. In the past, he thought that women were a stumbling block for men on their way to cultivation, but now his disciple Duan Lingtian, who is more talented than others, has given him a good education. Moreover, his disciple also said something to him. Men and women are matched, so work is not tiring. Perhaps. This is why Xiao Tian can take a step ahead of me in swordsmanship so quickly and reach the 8th level? Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang's eyes fell on Xue Qingzhu again, with a little more expectation and yearning. This was the first woman he had been attracted to in his life. No matter what the result was, he would give it a try, otherwise I am afraid that I will have regrets for the rest of my life. Although the main body was guarding Xue Qingzhu, Feng Qingyang's law clone was not idle and immediately arrived at the entrance to the only Tongtian tower in the Nishan realm. The entrance to the Tower of Babel is not on any of the planes of the gods, but is located on the plane of the heavens, the Jade Emperor. When Feng Qingyang's law clone arrived, a lot of people had already gathered here, and some people just flew into the new cave entrance surrounded by purple thunder not far from the pitch-black cave entrance. This new cave entrance is the portal that the Tower of Babel opens to beings above the Supreme Realm. Lord Feng Qingyang. I've met Master Feng Qingyang. A group of powerful people present saw the arrival of Feng Qingyang's law clone. Naturally, they couldn't tell whether it was the original body or the clone, and they all saluted respectfully. They were all present when Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian gave a sermon in the past, and they recognized Feng Qingyang at a glance. Hello, everyone. Feng Qingyang smiled slightly and then asked, have you tried whether the law clone can enter the new entrance of Babel Tower? Facing Feng Qingyang's inquiry, a seemingly old and powerful person immediately answered him. Lord Feng Qingyang, many people have tried just now, but the clone of the law cannot enter the Tower of Babel. Of course, the strongest person to try is he Realm Master, who is at the half-step Realm Master realm. There are many world leaders in the Nishan realm, which were decided many years ago, including the rising star Xiaomubai. At that time, Xiaomubai had just entered the half-step World Master realm, which was the 5th level of the most powerful. After Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian broke through one after another and became the most powerful 7th-level beings, Xiaomubai and other god-defying realm masters also proposed to let them too become realm masters, and they, the original realm masters, were demoted to vice-realm lord. They all think this arrangement is appropriate. However, both Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang have a laid-back temperament and have no interest in becoming the master of the God-reverse realm. Although even if they become the realm master of the Nishan realm, they do not have to be busy with the Nishan realm, but it is not the style of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang to do nothing in their positions, so they refused. He realm master, not long after the law clone left, his true self has already entered. The most powerful man said again, Master. But at this moment, a voice came. Feng Qingyang took a look and found that his disciple Duan Lingtian had arrived. At first glance, he was not sure whether it was the clone of the law or the original deity. Lord Duan Lingen. Lord Duan Lingen. Duan Lingtian appeared, and everyone present saluted respectfully, even more respectfully than when they faced Feng Qingyang before. The main reason is that Duan Lingtian preached to them in the past, not only on the way of swordsmanship, but also on the way of infinity and control, which benefited them a lot and made them feel grateful to each other from the bottom of their hearts. However, although they knew that Duan Lingtian was also good at those two arts, they subconsciously did not feel that Duan Lingtian had strong attainments in those two arts. After all, Duan Lingtian was too young to have 3rd-level and 4th-level talents in those two arts. The achievement is already quite good. Even the most powerful man who was abducted by Lei Hong in the past, although he was present when Duan Lingtian preached, but because he was not good at the way of infinity and control, he happened to be on the way of swordsmanship, so that later when Duan Lingtian talked about the other two paths, he didn't listen at all and was still digesting the contents of the sword path that Duan Lingtian talked about before. Because of this, Lei Hong found out the details of Duan Lingtian from his mouth, not including that Duan Lingtian was also good at the way of control and the way of infinity, and did not know Duan Lingshan's true strength. Otherwise, he might not have dared to break into the god-defying realm so easily not long ago. After Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at everyone, he looked at his master again and asked with a smile, Master, do you want to try to use the law to clone into the new entrance of Babel Tower? Want to try it? Feng Qingyang said. If you can't get in, I tried before. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, the first time I saw the text of Tiandao, my law clone came here, and even rushed in front of Xiao Jeju and Zhang Shan, but was unable to enter. I think it was either the Babel Tower's attack on the law. The clone has limitations, or there is no way to accommodate the clone of the law. I think it's the latter. No matter how realistic the clone of the law is, it is not a real flesh and blood body. Moreover, if the law clone enters it, it can only understand the corresponding law. However, the four paths of heaven and earth, and the law clones cannot be understood alone. The law clone can use the four paths of heaven and earth that the original master has understood, but it cannot comprehend the four paths of heaven and earth alone. Duan Lingtian has known this for a long time. Even if the clone of the law can understand the law, the efficiency of understanding it is far less than that of the original deity, not even 1/10 of the efficiency of the original deity. The meaning of the existence of the law clone lies more in combat. Then you are coming here now, ready to go in? Feng Qingyang suddenly realized. It turned out that his disciple had the law clone come over immediately, even earlier than he did. Yes. Duan Lingta nodded. Get ready to go in and take a look. Then, when Feng Qingyang's law clone frowned, he sent a message at the right time and said, Master, I know you are a little worried. Could this be a set made by heaven against the two of us, and you want to target them inside? Psst. But I think it's almost impossible. If heaven can really kill us, why bother with so much effort? If you really want to set a trap, can't you just set one at random? As for the bait, Master, you are alone, but I am not alone. Moreover, the emergence of the new function of Babel Tower this time is more like the intention of heaven to increase the number of the most powerful people in the world and outside the world, and to help all the most powerful people, including us, improve their strength. Chapter 4639. Duan Lingen, if not for some careful consideration, it would not have been possible for me to come in person. He first used the law of time clone to come over to see the situation. After confirming that the law clone could not enter, he thought about it for a while and felt that there was basically no problem. He decided to enter the Babel Tower to explore the way of heaven for the most powerful people like them. A prepared place for experience and cultivation. Master, after you and I stepped into the 7th level with our own efforts, the way of heaven came to the Babel Tower to help other 6th level beings break their shackles and give them the opportunity to step into the 7th level, and many people did step into the 7th level after that. There are not many people in the 7th level right now. It's entirely because the Babel Tower has only arrived in a short period of time. After thousands or tens of thousands of years, more powerful 7th level people will appear. When the message came to this point, Duan Lingtian paused and continued. At that time, you and I subconsciously felt that this was the way of heaven targeting us. In fact, even other outsiders are also suspicious. Before the new functions of the Tower of Babel appear this time, I still have doubts. Now, this suspicion has faded a lot. According to the memory of Old Man Wukong he inherited, before the separation of history, there were some tests that were suspected to be sent by heaven, which required entering an independent space. Old Man Wukong himself had gone in before, and came out safely and unscathed every time. The reason why it is said to be suspected is because Old Man Wukong is not sure that it is a test sent by heaven, but he does not think that anyone can leave such a test, even he who once stepped into the 9th level of the strongest, and there is no way to set up such unpredictable tests. As for what Old Man Wukong believed in his memory, the reason why heaven chose to annihilate the world and return the world to chaos was because he was afraid of the existence of a powerful 9th level person like him, fearing that he would override heaven. So we must kill him. After thinking about this matter several times, Duan Lingtian felt that it was untenable. If you really want to kill Old Man Wukong, even if Tiandao can't do it himself, you can still create various dangerous situations to trap Old Man Wukong. Even if you only need to show the heavenly words and offer a reward for Old Man Wukong, as long as the reward given is generous enough, many strong people will be willing to take action against Old Man Wukong. Before the separation of history, in the memory of Old Man Wukong, he had never seen the Tiandao characters. At this point, Duan Lingtian was actually a little puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the heaven never sent down the heavenly words in the period of history where Old Man Wukong existed before the separation of history. Even if it is a test that is suspected to be set by heaven and comes with generous rewards, it is discovered first and then spread artificially. I'm afraid there are some secrets that we can't guess. Just like in the memory of old man Wukong, in the world before the historical separation, there were no 9 entrances to mysterious places that are present in many realms of the world today. If so, where did the powerful monster with the 8th level or above of power come from? Did it appear after the historical separation? If it appeared after the historical separation and the Tiandao text was announced, why did it say that Master, you are the first 7th level strongest existence after the historical separation? 9 entrances to mysterious places, corresponding to 9 monsters of the 8th level and above. What is the space where they are located? You don't need to guess the power that prevents them from entering the human world. It must be the means of heaven. Master Feng Qingyang knew that he had inherited the memory of old man Wukong, a super strong man before the historical separation, so he began to analyze it with his master while transmitting the message. Even for a moment, he once speculated that the reason why heaven lowered the Babel Tower and activated 2 of its major functions in succession was also related to the mysterious place that the 9 entrances lead to. Tiandao now obviously intends to improve the strength of all the strongest people in this world. But in the past, not only did it not do this, it even set up heavy restrictions to suppress the most powerful people and prevent them from entering the 7th level. Until, in this world after the separation of history, he and his master, 2 strongest 7th level beings, who broke the shackles, appeared. The way of heaven, like a fickle woman, no longer suppressed the strongest like in the past. First, it gave the most powerful the opportunity to step into the 7th level, and now it gives all the most powerful the opportunity to improve their strength. In fact, he is still inducing the superior gods to enter the most powerful realm as soon as possible. Tiandao, why do you do this? Feng Qingyang couldn't figure it out either. Master, do you think this is the case? Duan Lingtian expressed his personal speculation, because you and I have stepped into the 7th level of the strongest one after another, it may have affected this world, making it impossible for heaven to borrow power from this world to block the 9 mysterious entrances as in the past. The terrifying creatures behind, and other powerful beings in the space where the terrifying creatures are. As for the way of heaven in the past, to a certain extent, it restricted the emergence of the most powerful people, and did not allow the most powerful 6th level people to go further and step into the 7th level. Is it because Tiandao is afraid that they will affect it and leverage this world? Now, can it be understood as, since you and I stepped into the 7th level one after another, the way of heaven can no longer borrow as much power as before, so that it is a bit overwhelming. So, it just breaks the jar and lets us deal with the terrifying creatures behind the 9 mysterious entrances? This is Duan Lingshan's own imagination, borrowed from the so-called power of realm from all walks of life. The power of the realm can be controlled by the realm masters of all realms, but it can only be used to stabilize the space barriers around the realm. In addition to consuming it in this area, it can also control the power of the realm to absorb small objects. The power of the realm strengthens the realm itself. It cannot be used against the enemy. After hearing Duan Lingshan's guess, Feng Qingyang's pupils shrank, and she suddenly felt enlightened, feeling that her disciple's guess was probably true. Maybe that's true. When Feng Qingyang transmitted the message again, his tone was full of shock, and he said with fear, if this is really the case, wouldn't this world be dangerous? If the terrifying creatures behind the 9 mysterious entrances are really allowed to enter this world, heaven and earth, not just all realms, even the places outside the realm will not be spared. At that time, this world may usher in a doomsday disaster. The terrifying creatures that guard the 9 mysterious entrances have the power of the 8th level. Feng Qingyang does not believe that there is no stronger being behind them. Seeing that his master was becoming serious, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Master, this is just my wishful thinking at the moment. Maybe the truth of the matter is not like this? Chapter 4640. Although it's just your guess, it sounds reasonable to me. Feng Qingyang's voice transmission continued. As for what you said before, the old man Wukong before the historical separation has never seen the Tiandao characters appear. It should be that era when Tiandao felt that there was no need for him to appear in any form. And in this era, the reason why the way of heaven appears is probably because he suppressed us too hard in the past. Having said this, he paused for a moment, his eyes shining brightly, like divine light. I guess that before the separation of history, the reason why heaven wanted to destroy the world and return the world to chaos was precisely because there was an enemy invasion. Tian Dao should have felt that the strength of the group of people before the historical separation was not enough to resist the invading enemies, so he simply killed them all and allowed the power of this world to belong to him, thus consolidating the space of this world. Barrier to resist foreign enemies. The foreign enemy is the powerful life behind those mysterious entrances. When Chuanin said this, Feng Qingyang's tone became a little high-spirited, as if a light flashed in his mind. That's right. In this way, it can also explain why the memory of old man Wukong that you inherited does not have the existence of those mysterious entrances, because in the era when they were alive, foreign enemies had not invaded from outside this world. When foreign enemies invaded, because heaven felt that they were not strong enough to defend this world, they simply launched a plan to destroy the world. Chaos reopened, and those of us who were separated from history appeared. In order to prevent the most powerful people from occupying the power of this world, heaven put many restrictions on the rules so that the most powerful people would not appear too many or even exceed the limit. The stronger, the less powerful. No one is allowed to appear even if they are the strongest 7th level or above. Until you and I, 2 odd numbers, appeared and broke Tiando's original plan. This time, for some unknown reason, Tian Dao did not intend to continue to launch the apocalyptic plan. Instead, he did the opposite and took the initiative to help us improve our strength and give birth to the strongest. It must be just as you guessed, he wanted us to resist foreign enemy. Feng Qingyang made some guesses and became excited as she talked. The more she talked, the more she felt that her guess was accurate. After hearing his master's guess, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that based on his guess, his master could also make so many extensions, and all aspects of the analysis were reasonable. Can't find anything wrong. Is it possible that this is really the case? At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but agree with his master's guess. So, Xiaotian, you are right. Tian Dao, I should not be targeting you and me from the beginning to the end. It's just that the appearance of you and me has prevented it from resisting foreign enemies as easily as in the past. We broke the balance, so it simply launched the prosperity plan that is different from the doomsday plan. Duan Lingtian was speechless after hearing his master's words. The plan for a prosperous age came out of his master's mouth. Simply outrageous. Don't say it yet, don't say it yet, it sounds reasonable. Master, I'll go in first to explore the way and see what's going on inside. When the future master wakes up from her epiphany, you can wait for me to come out and then go in. Although I guess that the way of heaven will not target you and me, it is still necessary to be steady. You wait until I come out and then let me go in. When Duan Lingtian said this, he changed his subject and said, Master, you must win that one. I already regard her as the future master's wife. If our guess is correct, I am afraid that many powerful beings above the 7th level will be born in this world in the future. As the first batch of powerful men above the 7th level, it is beneficial but not harmful to us to have more people around us. I heard from Master Xiao that the future master's wife is in a place outside the realm, but she has 12 sworn brothers and sisters, as well as 2 saints, and the rest are semi-saints. If you take her down, it will be equivalent to taking over the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty, a huge force in the outside world. Feng Qingyang was still guessing and thinking, but she didn't expect that her disciple suddenly changed the topic and brought the topic to Xue Qingzhu, and she couldn't help being stunned for a moment. After being embarrassed for a moment, he came back to his senses and glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. You kid, you're getting older and younger, and you've started teasing your master and me. My admiration for fellow Taoist Xue is from the bottom of my heart, not driven by profit. Even if she and I get together in the future, it has nothing to do with interests. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian said yes repeatedly, then said hello again, and was about to enter the new entrance of Babel Tower to check out the situation. During the time when he was communicating with his master via voice transmission, many more powerful people from the god-defying realm entered inside. Just after saying hello to his master and watching the opponent's law clone leave, Duan Lingtian saw a familiar figure coming from a distance before he could go in. He couldn't help but pause for a moment, waiting for the person to come from far away. Fengshu Yufeng came here. The person who came was a woman, wearing a gorgeous long dress, with a graceful figure, a colorful belt tied around her waist, long hair like a waterfall, a delicate face, and an aloof temperament. It was Duan Lingshan's senior sister in the inner palace of Wanfa Academy, Huangfu Mengyuan. Sister, are you also planning to enter the Tower of Babel? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Seeing Duan Lingtian, Huangfu Mengyuan's cold and pretty face suddenly revealed a smile, like an ice lotus blooming, full of beauty, eye-catching. Junior brother, come here, are you ready to go in? Huangfu Mengyuan asked. Right. Duan Lingtian nodded, get ready to go in and take a look. The two chatted and exchanged some greetings. Duan Lingtian learned that of the other two senior brothers and the fourth senior sister, only the fourth senior sister remained in the inner palace to practice and take charge. The other two senior brothers had gone to the outside world to practice. To find a way for the call of the greatest realm to return, for they had rejected it once in the past. After being rejected once, it will not be that simple if you want to step into the strongest position again. Soon, Duan Lingtian watched his senior sister Huangfu Mengyuan enter the Babel Tower, and then followed her in. When he entered, there was almost no one outside. The most powerful people who wanted to enter the Tower of Babel all went in. As for those who haven't entered yet, they either have no plans to come yet or are on their way there. After entering, will your strength and soul realm be suppressed? With this curiosity, Duan Lingtian swayed and entered another purple thunder-wrapped entrance near the original entrance of Babel Tower and disappeared into it in a blink of an eye. Chapter 46-41. Stepping into the entrance of the Babel Tower surrounded by purple thunder, Duan Lingtian felt a huge suction force sweeping through him in just a moment. His eyes went dark and then lighted up, and he found that he had come to a vast white space, and all the eyes could see. It's white fog, making it impossible to see through everything around me. His subconscious consciousness unfolded. It was at this moment that Duan Lingtian took a deep breath secretly, and a trace of sincere fear flashed in his eyes. He discovered that the soul realm corresponding to his spiritual consciousness had actually fallen to the upper-level realm. Speaking of which, he had become the most powerful person not long ago, and he was still very familiar with the spiritual consciousness of the upper-level realm. My power! At the same time, Duan Lingtian sensed the power in his body and discovered that his power was no longer the seventh level of supreme divine power, but only the power of a superior god. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed back into the superior he had been in the past. However, within this vast space of white mist, he could still communicate the laws of space of the great perfection, the laws of time, the laws of life, and even other laws of the small perfection realm with a single movement of his mind, even the attainments of swordsmanship. Still there, not half a point cut. Just like what was described in the Tiandao text when it was previously announced. Without me being aware of it, heaven's method of suppressing my soul realm and strength is really unpredictable. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized how terrifying the way of heaven is. I am afraid that it is not just what the old man Wukong in front of the historical partition thought. Going one step further on the basis of the 9th level of the strongest is enough to be on par with the way of heaven, let alone it is to overwhelm the way of heaven and no longer be restricted by the way of heaven. He inherited the complete memory of old man Wukong, and naturally knew that although old man Wukong knew the existence of the Tao of heaven, his knowledge of the Tao of heaven was limited. The reason why he felt that those with powers above the 9th level could be on par with the Tao of heaven? Because of the apocalyptic disaster before the separation of history. In that disaster, even the strongest 9th level warriors like old man Wukong had difficulty escaping. They could only leave a trace of their souls behind and hide in the land of return to ruins. Only then could they successfully transfer their soul's memories and one's own inheritance are passed on. Even before he got the memory of Old Man Wukong, the remnant soul of Old Man Wukong was already crumbling in the long river of time, just like the light of a lamp that is about to run out of oil and may be annihilated at any time. The way of heaven is definitely not as simple as the Old Man Wukong thought. While Duan Lingtian was still thinking, an indifferent voice without any emotion came from his ear. Those who enter this place for the first time, within a quarter of an hour, tell me a law and a kind of 4 ways of heaven and earth that you want to observe. The level you are about to pass will also be related to that kind of law and which kind of 4 ways of heaven and earth. Related. When you reach the end of a level, whether you are unable to continue or you don't want to go any further, you can say stop trying in advance and the level will disappear by then. The number of levels you pass determines the quantity and quality of the rules left by the strong before the historical separation and the 4 realms of heaven and earth that you can observe. When you come in next time, you can directly enjoy the treatment you got from previous levels. If you want to continue to pass the next level, just say continue to pass. If you want to change the laws and the 4 ways of heaven and earth, you need to go through the level again. No need to guess. Duan Lingtian can also imagine that this voice must be caused by Tian Dao. Everyone who walks into the new entrance of the Babel Tower and enters their own exclusive experience and trial space will definitely be able to hear the rules describing the new functions of the Babel Tower. The sound of not much introduction, concise and easy to understand. Soon, Duan Lingtian spoke loudly, the law of time, the way of devouring. As for the law of space, he has entered the realm of great perfection and does not need to be improved. But for the law of time, after he stepped into the realm of the strongest, he found that it was indeed much more difficult to comprehend than before, even more than 10 times more difficult. It's no wonder that so many people are unwilling to step into the realm of the most powerful before the law reaches perfection. It's really difficult. But now, Tian Dao has opened a new function of the Tower of Babel, allowing him to rely on the realm of the superior God to understand the law of time, which is undoubtedly a great good thing for him. Among the laws he masters, the one he is best at is undoubtedly the law of space, followed by the law of time, and then the law of life. Therefore, this time he chose the law of time first. As for the 4 paths of heaven and earth, he had just broken through in the way of swordsmanship, and he had not fully understood the way of swordsmanship in Old Man Wukong's memory, so he was not in a hurry. As for the way of infinity and the way of control, Old Man Wukong also has it in his memory, and his attainments are not low. Only the way of swallowing among the 4 paths of heaven and earth has no relevant insights in Old Man Wukong's memory. It's not that Old Man Wukong lacks understanding, but that he has already studied 3 of the 4 paths of heaven and earth and is unable to distract himself from comprehending the 3rd one. For kinds. Now, Duan Lingtian chooses the way of devouring, mainly because he is curious about it, because he has not really dabbled in this way in the past. The breakthrough begins. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the previous indifferent voice sounded again. Then, a phantom formed in the void in front. It was a human-shaped phantom whose appearance could not be seen clearly. As soon as it appeared, it pushed towards Duan Lingtian with a palm. The momentum was fierce. Wherever the palm passed, the shadow of the palm seemed to teleport. Of course, this is not the teleportation secret of the space law. It was the law of time that gave Duan Lingtian this illusion. The strength of this phantom is also at the level of a high-level god, but the time law it uses is far inferior to what Duan Lingtian has mastered. As for the way of devouring, the devouring power that extends from it envelopes Duan Lingtian's body without causing any disturbance. Ripples. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was because this was only the 1st level. The 1st level is naturally relatively simple. He pointed out casually, and the sword light roared, turning into hundreds of tiny sword lights in the blink of an eye, penetrating into the shadow's body, not only stopping his offensive, but even strangling it. The 2nd level begins. When Duan Lingtian passed the 1st level, the 2nd level also came as promised. It was a little more difficult, but to Duan Lingtian it was still just a sword. Then comes the 3rd level, the 4th level. When Duan Lingtian himself entered the Babel Tower to pass the level, not only the Nishan realm, but also the most powerful people from other realms and places outside the world, more than 70% entered the Bangtian Tower to pass the level, intending to quickly improve in it. Strength will soar to the next level as soon as possible. Those guys, why haven't they come out yet? Among the most powerful forces in the 10,000 realms and beyond the world, those who stayed behind could not help but complain after waiting for a while but not waiting for their fellow sects who had entered the Babel Tower. They also want to enter the Tower of Babel. The strength of a group of powerful people in the 10,000 worlds and beyond the world has generally begun to improve with the opening of the new functions of the Tower of Babel. And those high-ranking gods who had previously rejected the call of the Supreme Realm, such as Duan Lingshan's second and third senior brothers in the Wanfa Academy, are now anxiously looking for a way to enter the Supreme Realm. They also want to achieve the supreme power as soon as possible. Enter the Tower of Babel to increase your strength. It doesn't matter if the senior sister is stronger than them. The junior brother's strength made them despair, but at the same time he kept spurring them on. Chapter 46-42. Time flies, like a white horse passing by, and in the blink of an eye it is more than 1,000 years later. During these more than 1,000 years, Duan Lingtian also gained a certain understanding of the devouring path in the Babel Tower. Of course, it was definitely not as good as his attainments in the way of control and the way of infinity. After all, those two kinds of heaven and earth and four ways can be passed through. Digest the memory of the old man without empty space. Over the millennium, his strength has also improved significantly. In terms of cultivation, he has also stepped from the 7th level of the most powerful to the 8th level of the most powerful. This, in fact, was a natural thing when he mastered the swordsmanship to the 8th level. He only needed to settle down and break through naturally. For example, from the 6th level of the most powerful to the 7th level of the most powerful, in addition to mastering the laws of the realm of great perfection, one must also understand a certain 4 realms of heaven and earth to the 7th level. Only then can one lead to the forbidden realm of heaven. After successfully overcoming the tribulation, he successfully broke through. Unlike the 6th level to the 7th level, which requires overcoming tribulations, the 7th level to the 8th level, as long as the realm of the 4 realms of heaven and earth is reached, the breakthrough will be a matter of course. Certainly. To this day, there are only 2 people who know that Duan Lingtian has achieved a breakthrough. His master Feng Qingyang and his master's wife Xue Qingzhu. 300 years ago, his master and Xue Qingzhu, who came from outside the world, finally became Taoist couples. Although he pushed for it many times, the most important thing was that the two had similar temperaments. After getting along for a long time, it became natural. Walk together. As for the bet he made with Xue Qingzhu in the past, Duan Lingtian also took the initiative to cancel it. I can't do it without canceling. After all, the new entrance to the Babel Tower is not in the Nirvana heaven, but in the Jade Emperor heaven. The bet he made with Xue Qingzhu was made before the new functions of the Tower of Babel appeared. At that time, no one thought that heaven would suddenly give the Tower of Babel new functions, and that even the strongest 7th-level experts would flock to it. Function of On Xue Qingzhu's side, after the Epiphany, although she knew that the Babel Tower had new functions, she still planned to fulfill her promise. Even if she really wanted to enter the Tower of Babel. However, in her eyes, credibility is more important. However, facing Master Feng Qingyang's aggressive eyes, Duan Lingtian did not dare to let Xue Qingzhu continue to fulfill the bet, so he immediately broke the bet. Later, after getting along for a while, the two destined people came together, and Duan Lingtian was also happy for his master. Lao Feng has finally broken away from the category of old bachelor. In the past 1,000 years, due to the emergence of new functions of the Babel Tower, whether it is a group of powerful people from all realms or outside the world, as long as they are not the kind who are about to reach the end of their lifespan and have exhausted their potential, they are basically promoted in the Tower of Babel. A lot. Over the course of 1,000 years, dozens of people have survived the tribulation of the Forbidden Realm and entered the 7th level of the strongest. Over the years, The immortals in all realms and places outside the realm have almost grown tired of reading the words of heaven. Master, has your wife entered the Tower of Babel again? In a quiet courtyard of the Xia family in the land of divine heritage, Duan Lingtian picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and looked at his master Feng Qingyang across the table with a smile. Feng Qingyang nodded. She said she feels she is still close to a breakthrough in the way of swordsmanship. Let's see if she can complete the breakthrough in the Tower of Babel. If she really breaks through this time, she will be ahead of me in terms of achievements in the way of swordsmanship. When the words fell, Feng Qingyang's eyes were not only complicated, but also a little helpless. In fact, he had already touched the threshold of the 8th level of swordsmanship hundreds of years ago, but because of the bottleneck, he has not been able to successfully step into the 8th level to this day, and there is nothing he can do about it. Take this to make further progress in your cultivation. Master, it's not that easy to break through the 8th level. Duan Lingtian shook his head. If I hadn't inherited the complete memory of old man Wukong, I might not have reached the 8th level of swordsmanship by myself. He is self-aware. If it were not for the memory of old man Wukong, he might be able to surpass his master in other aspects, but in the way of swordsmanship, it is absolutely impossible to surpass his master. This master of his is a true swordsman monster. I'm not worried about her breakthrough. Feng Qingyang shook his head and smiled. I hope she breaks through and shows her 8th level swordsmanship in front of me. Combined with your 8th level swordsmanship, maybe I can successfully take that crucial step. Before Duan Lingtian could speak again, he changed his topic and looked around. My disciples and 2 disciples are still outside and haven't come back? Speaking of which, he really hadn't seen them in many years. Huaner stepped into the realm of the strongest some time ago, and is now inside the Tower of Babel. As for Kier and the others, they are indeed still outside, and they have been making noises about going to the outside world recently. They all want to go outside and try to step in as soon as possible. Reach the divine realm and become the most powerful person. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. As for the 2 children Xiling and Yantian, some time ago, while I was away, I took Xuanai, Xiaohe, Xiaobai and Xiaojin to the outside world secretly, and also used the Dragon Clan space treasure almost hid it from even my law clone. However, I still followed a law clone behind them to protect them. His wives were okay and knew that he was worried about them, so before he let go, it was impossible to secretly leave the Nishan realm and go to the outside world. However, his pair of children are newborn calves, not afraid of tigers, and don't have so many worries. According to their words, their father also relied on himself to achieve today's achievements step by step. They must also follow suit and do not want to be flowers in the greenhouse. However, only he, a father, knows how many hardships and obstacles he has experienced along the way, and how many times his life has been hanging by a thread. In the past, he had no one to rely on and could only fight on his own. Now that he has become the support of his children, he naturally does not want them to take risks like his past self. When children grow up, it's normal to have their own ideas. Feng Qingyang smiled. Duan Lingtian was just about to speak when he suddenly received a summons, which was sent to him with the help of Xiao Mubai. What's wrong? Seeing the change in Duan Lingshan's expression, Feng Qingyang also realized something was wrong and asked subconsciously. Duan Lingtian raised his brows, put down the teacup in his hand, his eyes flashed. It was a message from Realm Master Xiao to me. He said that there were 3 newly promoted 7th level powerful people in Hongmeng Realm, and they entered one of the foggy areas of Hongmeng Realm together. The mysterious entrance, I want to explore the depth of the powerful monster behind. In the end, they all died inside. Hearing this, Feng Qingyang was also stunned, and immediately took a breath of air. 3 people, no one escaped? Chapter 46-43. This is what Realm Master Xiao said. Duan Lingtian nodded, placing his hand on the stone table in front of him and tapping it gently, frowning slightly. This was the first time he heard that there were beings above the 7th level of the strongest who had died, and there were 3 of them. It's amazing. You must know that there are only a few dozen powerful beings above the 7th level since his master. This is because the Babel Tower opened new functions thousands of years ago to help a group of powerful people improve their strength. Now, all three of them were gone. Of those three, Feng Qingyang hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, "Is there an Aguli?" "Master, did you guess this?" Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his master would suddenly say such a sentence, because Xiao Mubai did mention that the person who died in Hongmeng realm was mentioned in the message to him just now. One of the three most powerful 7th-level powerhouses, he is exactly in the past. Before the new functions of the Tower of Babel appeared, the 5th Agel entered the 7th level of the strongest. Is he really there? Feng Qingyang's pupils shrank slightly. Judging from his disciple's current performance, he knew that he had guessed correctly. "It's him." Duan Lingtian nodded. Feng Qingyang smiled bitterly, and his eyes shone with the luster of sorrow. Thousands of years ago, he was very curious about the world behind the 9 mysterious entrances. He even traveled to all walks of life and confirmed that the 9 entrances in each world lead to 9 identical ones. The place. If it weren't for his limited strength, he might have explored that mysterious world long ago. So, you just said that 3 people died in Hongmeng realm, and those who died were all powerful 7th-level beings. I guess that there might be him. Feng Qingyang was also very impressed by Agul's enthusiasm for the mysterious world back then, and he could tell at that time that the other party would not give up easily. If given the opportunity, he would definitely explore the space world corresponding to the 9 mysterious entrances. Now, sure enough it is. However, the ending was unsatisfactory. As strong as Aguli, he still died inside despite joining forces with 2 other newly promoted 7th-level warriors. Now I feel more and more that the way the Heavenly Tao opens new functions of the Tower of Babel, gives birth to the strongest, and allows the strongest to rapidly increase their strength, is probably really related to the space world corresponding to the 9 mysterious entrances. 3 of them disappeared at once. Not one of the strongest 7th-level beings escaped, so it was unlikely that it was the work of a monster. Duan Lingtian guessed with a solemn expression. After all, in the past, both Master and Aguli escaped from the hands of monsters after entering the mysterious entrance. If any of you can escape, let alone 3 of them, there are probably some variables inside. It's a pity that everyone died inside. I just don't know if their legal clones outside left any useful information before their original self died. Having said this, Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed, and then he almost stood up together with his master. The 2 of them unanimously decided to take a trip to Hongmeng realm to see if the 3 people left any useful news. Duan Lingtian has long heard about the space world behind the 9 mysterious entrances, which cannot be entered by law clones. Therefore, the 3 people who died in Hongmeng realm must be me. Although the other law clones will disappear as soon as the main body dies, the law clones still have time to leave some news before the death of the main body. This time, Duan Lingtian and the 2 went to Hongmeng realm, hoping to know from the mouths of the 3 people what happened before they died. A monster with the strongest 8th-level strength should not be enough to annihilate their entire army. Ada Gang Tribe. After Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang entered the Hongmeng realm, they immediately went to the forces behind Aguli. In the past, Duan Lingtian had followed Xiao Mubai, the leader of the anti-god realm, so he was familiar with the journey, and soon they with his master came to the Adagon tribe. After arriving at the Adagon tribe, Duan Lingshan's consciousness unfolded and he could detect the strange atmosphere of the Adagon tribe. Everyone seemed lifeless and lost their souls. What's happening here? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled, but he didn't know what was going on until the strong men from the Adagon tribe knew about his arrival and came out to greet him. But it was Agul's death that plunged the entire Adagon tribe into mourning. Almost everyone in the tribe regarded Aguli as faith, the greatest god, and an immortal and eternal existence. But now, the gods they believed in have died. In their world, it is tantamount to the end of the world. I came here this time to ask. Brother Aguli, before he died, did the law clone who stayed here tell you about what happened to him? Seeing the sadness in the other person's brows, Duan Lingtian asked straight to the point. And this elderly elder of the Adagon tribe is also one of the few remaining realm lords in the Adagon tribe, and he is also a newly promoted realm lord in the past 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, he and the current realm lords of the Adagon tribe were just half-step realm lord. On the other side of Runigod realm, those half-step world masters have also taken a crucial step through the Babel Tower and entered the realm of world masters, and can live for a long time. They originally regarded the next powerful man's calamity as a fierce tiger, but now they didn't pay attention at all, and even agreed that the calamity could be easily overcome with one hand. These were the exact words that Realm Lord Xiao Mubai told him. Of course, Xiao Mubai entered the realm of realm before the new functions of the Babel Tower appeared. Now, with the help of the Babel Tower, after thousands of years, he is getting closer and closer to the 7th level of the strongest. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be the 3rd most powerful 7th level powerhouse in the Nishan realm after Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Certainly. What we are talking about here are the aboriginals of the counter-god realm. We do not include the powerful Xianxia of the emerged realm who later migrated to the counter-god realm, because Xianxia successfully stepped out of the realm as early as 300 years ago. Took a crucial step to become the strongest, the 7th level. The old man said with a bitter look on his face. Before Aguli died, he told us what happened to him and the other 2 adults inside. He said that he and the other 2 adults just planned to try out the area near the entrance. However, they never thought about the depth of that monster. As soon as they besieged the monster, they could not fight each other until the 20th move, when 2 people who were stronger than the monster suddenly came. A powerful presence. Those are 2 strong human beings. Once they take action, Aguli and the 3 of them have no chance to escape. Aguli said that one of the strong human beings is only slightly stronger than the monster, and the other strong human being is stronger than the monster. Strong, the 3 of them are also imprisoned by each other, so that there is no way to escape and return to Hongmeng realm. Chapter 46-44. After listening to the words of the world leader of the Adagon tribe, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang looked at each other, and they both saw solemn looks in each other's eyes. Behind the mysterious entrance, besides the powerful monsters that look like monsters, are there actually humans? This was something they didn't expect. According to their original guess, the creatures in that mysterious world should all exist like gatekeeper monsters. The appearance of strong human beings made them feel that the mysterious world seemed to be covered with an even more mysterious veil. Can you tell me his exact words? Feng Qingyang looked at the other party and asked. After learning from the other party the message from the law clone that Aguli left here before his death, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang asked him about the situation of the other 2 people who entered the mysterious entrance together with Aguli, and finally said goodbye and prepared to leave. Open. Condolences. Before leaving, they comforted each other, and then the 2 of them continued towards the forces behind the other 2. Those 2 forces are also the top forces in the Hongmeng realm. The former realm master has gone a step further and reached the level of Aguli. In addition, they were already on good terms with Aguli, and they were also interested in the world behind the mysterious entrance. So when Aguli took the initiative to propose an expedition, the 2 of them readily agreed and went with him. Unexpectedly, a hasty decision cost them their lives. After practicing for many years, everything has become a dream, which is sad and lamentable. It seems, the world behind that mysterious entrance may be the same as ours. There are both great monsters and powerful humans. After visiting the forces behind the other 2 people and asking some questions, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang returned to the Nishan realm, their faces extremely solemn. I have a gut feeling. Feng Qingyang's eyes flickered. I'm afraid this peace right now won't last long. Duan Lingtian nodded and frowned slightly. He felt the same way. Although he enjoys the peace of the moment and does not need to worry too much about peace. Because now he has enough strength to protect the people he cares about, and even enough to suppress everything at the moment. However, there are 9 mysterious entrances that exist simultaneously in many realms of the 10,000 realms, including the counter-god realm, and what just happened in the Hongmeng realm. Coupled with Tiando's changes in recent years, He also vaguely felt that this peace would soon be broken. Next, I will call all my relatives and friends back and let them enter the small world inside my body to practice. Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. For them, this is the safest. For me, that's the most reassuring thing. Not only his parents and wife who are still in the anti-God realm, but also other relatives and friends, even the children who have gone to the outside world, the 3 little ones and Xuanai, he will bring them back this time and force them back. Whether they want it or not. Resistance is futile. In fact, he is doing the same now. Father. Father? Boss. Elder brother. Outside the boundary, when Duan Yentian, Duan Siling and others saw Duan Lingshan's time law clone appearing, they were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Duan Lingtian could follow them here. Of course, they couldn't tell whether the Duan Lingtian in front of them was the original deity or a clone of the law. They just thought it was the original deity coming in person. Go back with me. Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, and without waiting for anyone to retort, he waved his hand and powerful force invaded everyone's bodies, bound them, and then led them away from the outside world. There were no hiccups along the way. He didn't even let his children wait for anyone to talk to him. If he had anything to say, he could wait until he got back. Facing Duan Lingshan's tyranny, although several people were helpless, there was nothing they could do. Compared to Duan Yentian, who was still struggling, Duan Siling, Han Xuanai and the 3 little ones were relatively quiet, and even looked guilty at one point. Snapped. Seeing that his son was so ignorant, Duan Lingtian immediately gave him a big mouth, and the world suddenly fell silent. After bringing them back to the Nishan realm, Duan Lingtian gathered the rest of his family and friends together, told them the whole story, and told them what he and his master Feng Qingyang had guessed 1,000 years ago. Before the separation of history, because of the appearance of those foreign invaders, heaven launched an apocalyptic plan to kill everything, just to extract the power of heaven and earth to consolidate the defense line and resist foreign enemies? In this era we live in, heaven intentionally limits the number of the most powerful people and restricts the emergence of the 7th level of the most powerful. Is it to better extract the power of heaven and earth to defend against enemies? In recent years, the way of heaven has been abnormal. Is it because it can no longer bear the burden for us and we need to face the invading foreign enemies ourselves? After listening to Duan Lingshan's words, not only the family and friends around him, but also senior sister Huangfu Mengyuan and others who came from the inner palace of Wanfa Academy were shocked. Although Duan Lingtian added that all this was speculation by him and his master, everyone inexplicably felt that it made sense and that this should be the truth. For a moment, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly. Even Duan Yentian stopped making trouble at this time. After knowing the truth of the matter, he became completely honest. However, the dream of being strong in my heart has not been extinguished because of this, but my fighting spirit has been high. Even if I am hiding in the little world inside my father's body, I will become stronger as soon as possible and do my best for this world. I am Duan Lingshan's son, I can't embarrass my father. Duan Yentian thought silently in his heart. Over the years, he seems to be out of tune, but could it be because he wants to become an upright man like his father Duan Lingtian? His father, who rose from a humble beginning, was able to stand at the pinnacle, convincing even the veteran strongmen in the Nishan realm. All of this made him proud and even excited. He doesn't seek to be comparable to his father, he just seeks not to embarrass him. Although all of this is just speculation by Master and I, you'd better stay in the little world inside my body before confirming the truth of the matter. Duan Lingtian said. Father, the land of divine relics is also part of the small world inside your body. Can I stay in the land of divine relics? Duan Yentian asked with some guilt. None of the people present were outsiders. They had known for a long time that the land of divine relics was a part of the small world inside Duan Lingshan's body. It was possible before, but not now. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although the land of divine relics is also a small world inside my body, I can get back from the outside very quickly, but it still takes some time. You cannot leave the little world inside my body until the specific threat is confirmed. Duan Lingtian was informing everyone, not discussing with them. It didn't matter if he didn't have enough strength before. Now that he has strength, he will naturally not put his family and friends in danger. Little junior brother, let the second junior brother, third junior brother and little junior sister also enter the small world inside your body. As for me, I will not enter. Huangfu Mengyuan said. After 1,000 years, the former half-step world master elder sister has also entered the realm of world master. As for the second senior brother, third senior brother and fourth senior sister, they have also stepped into the strongest realm one after another in these 1,000 years. Senior sister, you are already a realm master, so naturally you don't need to take refuge. Duan Lingtian smiled. He is just preparing for a rainy day. With the talent and understanding of his senior sister, he might not be able to take a further step and step into the 7th level before the disaster comes. Chapter 46-45. Sister. At this time, the third senior brother Yang Yuchen on the side shook his head and said, "If I haven't stepped into the strongest realm yet, and you arrange it like this, even if I don't want to, but in order not to worry you, I will acquiesce to your arrangement." Arrange. But the problem is, I am now the strongest. If you become the strongest, you can enter the Babel Tower at any time to improve your strength and prepare for possible disasters in the future. As a member of this world, it is my duty to protect this world. Yang Yuchen said loudly. Before Huangfu Mengyuan could speak, Duan Lingshan's second senior brother Hong Yifeng and fourth senior sister Lang Chunyuan also spoke one after another, and the meaning they expressed was the same as Yang Yuchen. Now that they have all stepped into the supreme power, they naturally do not want to be flowers in the greenhouse. They have to rely on their own efforts to create a world, and even catch up with the senior sister. As for the younger brother, that was a complete pervert and they had no interest in pursuing it. Huangfu Mengyuan wanted to persuade them again, but after seeing the determination on the three people's faces, she couldn't help but sigh. That's it, let you go. We are all powerful people now, no longer the little monks we used to be. Duan Lingtian, who saw that senior sister was a little depressed, smiled and comforted him. Senior sister, the two senior brothers and the fourth senior sister have made such a decision. It's excusable. If any of my family, relatives, or friends step into the strongest realm, I'm afraid it will be the same. I don't want to hide in the little world inside my body. Although he can practice normally in the small world inside his body, and it is not even slower than outside, but compared to the outside, many aspects are much boring. After all, the outside world is a big dye vat of society, full of variety. And in the small world inside his body, there was very little life. Regarding this point, Duan Lingtian actually thought of a way to solve it. He has already planned to go to the Realm Master Xiao Mubai to discuss whether the land of divine relics can be completely integrated into the small world inside his body. In this way, his family and friends can feel like they are in the land of divine relics in the past, and the land of divine relics can be this piece of land the life on the earth has skyrocketed. However, if the small world inside his body is completely integrated, it will be inconvenient for the life on the land of divine relics to leave the land of divine relics and go to the other planes of gods and even the planes of the heavens. Since he hadn't discussed it with Xiao Mubai yet, he didn't mention it to his family. Yes, senior sister, don't worry, we will definitely take care of ourselves. The fourth senior sister Lang Chunyuan also comforted her at the right time. Duan Yentian, who was not far away, heard the exchange between his father and his disciples, and suddenly looked envious. It would be great if I was also the strongest. Then you don't have to hide in the little world inside your father's body. Duan Yentian had a headache when he thought of his father's boring little world inside his body. It was not as good as the little world inside his father's body that was parted and used as a land of divine relics. However, his father's attitude was very tough just now and he did not want him to continue to stay in the land of divine heritage. This made him helpless and powerless. So, Huangfu Mengyuan and the others said goodbye and left. They planned to enter the Babel Tower again to further improve their strength. Duan Lingtian sent his family and friends into the small world inside his body. Then, he told his master Feng Qingyang his plan. Incorporate the life on the sacred land into the small world inside your body? Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. If this happens, it will be like an extra level of protection for those lives. That is, there will be appropriate restrictions on personal freedom. Yes, so I need to discuss it with World Master Xiao. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, he sent a message and found the world leader Xiao Mubai. After hearing Duan Lingshan's plan, Xiao Mubai pondered for a moment and said, "This matter is easy to handle. You can directly integrate the sacred land into the small world inside your body. Before that, let me make an announcement to the lives on the land of divine relics. It is said that in half a year, the land of divine relics will be closed for 10,000 years. During this period, you will no longer be able to travel to and from the other planes of gods, nor can you enter the plane battlefield. In this way, those who are unwilling to accept it will naturally leave the land of divine heritage. Those who are willing to accept it will stay in the land of the gods." After listening to Xiao Mubai's suggestion, Duan Lingtian nodded. This was actually a good idea. That side of the realm formation? Duan Lingtian asked again. The part of the small world inside his body that he separated into the land of divine relics now also plays the role of the array eye of the great formation of the god realm. If he suddenly leaves, it will inevitably cause harm to the great formation of the realm. Have some impact. It's a small thing. Xiao Mubai smiled and said, "While you take back the land of the gods, I can find someone to separate the small world in the body and open another plane of the gods. In this way, the matter will be solved." The following few days, the land of divine relics has also become the focus of everyone's attention in the plane of gods in the anti-god realm. Just because news suddenly came out from the land of divine heritage, saying that in half a year, the land of divine heritage will be completely closed. For the next 1,000 years, it will no longer be possible to travel to and from the various planes of gods, nor to go there. Other places can only stay inside honestly. In other respects, everything remains unchanged. In fact, the richness of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will be greatly increased, and life cultivation on the land of divine heritage will be more effective with half the effort. The reason why he said 1,000 years instead of 10,000 years as discussed with Xiao Mubai was due to Duan Lingshan's careful consideration. Thousands of years have finally taken a long time. Thousands of years are fine. As for after 1,000 years, he can connect the land of divine relics to the planes of gods, so that those who want to leave can leave, and those who want to come in can come in. It will be open for half a year, and then closed again for 1,000 years, until the guess is fulfilled. A possible disaster is coming. It didn't bother him. After all, everything is for your family, relatives, and friends to live in a more comfortable humanistic environment. If there were no other lives around, it would be no different than being locked up in a cage by a group. As for the improvement of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth after the land of divine heritage is closed, it is not without purpose. Once the land of divine heritage is completely integrated into Duan Lingshan's inner world, he will be able to enjoy the spiritual energy of heaven and earth floating from that almost uninhabited area. Helps practice and improve strength. Where are you going? Go to the land of divine relics. The land of divine relics will be closed for 1,000 years in half a year. During the 1,000 years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will increase dramatically. You can get twice the result with half the effort by practicing there. Similar remarks are everywhere in the other planes of gods. This also caused the life of the sacred land to increase instead of decreasing. Although some people left, more people came in. Chapter 46-46. Half year later, Duan Lingtian completely integrated the sacred land of many cultivators into the small world inside his body and placed it in a relatively central area, perfectly connected to the location of the divine tree of life. Certainly, in the area where the divine tree of life is located, he has arranged some means to prevent people from easily peeking into it. Even if a powerful world master has enough strength to break in, he will know it immediately once he gets close. However, there are no powerful Jiazun in the land of divine relics now, and even the most powerful ones are not many. Most people don't know his purpose for doing this, but the most powerful ones do. Therefore, many of the strongest people left early. After all, you will stay here for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, Duan Lingtian will give the people inside a chance to go to other planes of gods. Although, as the most powerful people, they knew that if they begged Duan Lingtian, they would be able to leave the land of divine relics. However, everyone has time to practice in seclusion, especially those with a cultivation level like Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, it is not uncommon to stay in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. Putting away the sacred land also meant that his family and friends had been settled. At this time, Duan Lingtian felt that there was no pressure and he felt light. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes became weird. I have taken all the land of divine relics into the small world inside my body, and the 1,000-year catastrophe that heaven targets against ordinary cultivators still can appear in mine out of thin air, a small world inside the body? He couldn't help being surprised. Although in the past, a part of the small world in his body served as the land of divine heritage, whether it was a 1,000-year catastrophe for ordinary cultivators or a 10,000-year catastrophe for the most powerful, it all happened as promised, but he was not surprised. Because of him, the divided sacred land is not closed. It has the same nature as other planes of gods. But now, he deliberately closed the small world inside his body, but found that the rules of heaven seemed to be pervasive. Even the people hiding in the small world inside his body could not escape the 1,000-year catastrophe. The same is probably true for the 10,000 years of heavenly tribulation. That's right. If we can really avoid disasters like this, no one will be afraid of natural disasters anymore. Duan Lingtian thought about it and felt relieved again, feeling that the way of heaven should be so powerful. At the same time, he was even more scornful of old man Wukong's views on the way of heaven in the past. The old man deceived him quite a lot. For a long time, he felt that if a cultivator stepped into the 9th level of the strongest, he would be able to take one step forward, on par with the way of heaven. Now it seems that the power of heaven is far beyond imagination. Master! Duan Lingtian planned to spend the rest of the time in the Heavenly Emperor's palace in Annihilation Heaven, except for entering the Tongtian Tower. He would be with his master and exchange swordsmanship with each other. Maybe one day he would accumulate enough to push the other party to a higher level. Although his family and friends are all in the small world inside his body, and he can enter the Babel Tower in this way, there is no way to open the small world inside the Babel Tower. It is obvious that the law of heaven intentionally restricts stowaways. Not long after staying in the Nirvana Emperor's palace, Duan Lingtian saw a figure he hadn't seen for a long time. Master's wife. The person who came was none other than his junior wife, Xueqingzhu. He is also one of the city lords of the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty in the land outside the boundary. He is also the first among the 13 city lords to reach the 7th level of the most powerful. In the past 1,000 years, 2 more city lords from the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty have successively entered the 7th level of the most powerful. This has also made the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty one of the most powerful forces in the outside world, even more powerful than the second one that has been born. The 7th strongest, the Bibo Tianfu of this level, is even stronger. Another saint from Bibo Tianfu has also entered the 7th level of the most powerful in recent years. Duan Lingshan's old acquaintance, the master of the Golden Dragon Palace, Xianxia, has also stepped into the saint realm a long time ago. Last time Duan Lingtian went to the outside world to relax and meet him, it can be seen that it won't take long for him to step into the strongest realm. 7th level. The Qingyun Saint Sect Realm Master Zhao Ani, who helped Duan Lingtian capture the man who killed the half-saint Duan Yuwei in the night, also successfully entered the 7th level of the most powerful hundreds of years ago. Of course, he learned about Zhao Enya's breakthrough from Meng Han. Xiao Tian. Xueqingzhu had been a Taoist couple with Feng Qingyang for some time, and since they were from the martial arts world, Xueqingzhu had long since lost his initial shyness and greeted Duan Lingtian calmly and generously. Master wife, this time you entered the Babel Tower, have you made a breakthrough in swordsmanship? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. If he breaks through, there will be something good to watch. He can see the scene of his master being brutally tortured by his own wife, and he is looking forward to it just thinking about it. It's not that easy to break through. Xue Qingzhu sighed. The 8th level of swordsmanship seems to be right in front of you, but it is difficult to take the crucial step. I admire you for letting swordsmanship enter the 3rd level so early. The 8th level, thus becoming the world, is the first most powerful 8th level person in the land outside the boundary. Originally, Duan Lingtian wanted to keep a low profile during his last breakthrough. But the problem is, God forbids him to keep a low profile. The text of Heavenly Tao actually appeared again and was announced to all parties, saying that he had broken through to the 8th level of power and became the first person of the 8th level after the break of history. That time, all the worlds and places outside the world were boiling with excitement. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Duan Lingtian to take the next step so quickly and become the first being in the contemporary generation to step into the 8th level of the strongest. Damn it! Lei Hong, who was lurking somewhere in the Mingguang realm, changed his expression when he saw the Tiandao text about Duan Lingxian's breakthrough. He cursed repeatedly, "Why did this kid break through first?" This makes him feel more uncomfortable than losing his cultivation level. Seeing that the master's wife had come out, Duan Lingtian did not intend to make a light bulb and entered the Babel Tower again. But this time, he came out of Babel Tower on the 3rd day after entering, just because his law clone received a message. Not only in the Nishan realm, but also in other realms with 9 mysterious entrances in the 10,000 realms, one mysterious entrance suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. This made many people who paid attention to the mysterious entrance feel creepy. Among them, Duan Lingtian was also included. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. What is happening? After Duan Lingtian came out, he immediately gathered with his master and his wife. At the same time, Realm Master Xiao Mubai and Xianxia, who had stepped into the 7th level of the strongest, also came. The expressions on their faces were all changed. Extraordinarily solemn. The news first came from Hongmeng realm. Xiao Mubai said solemnly, because 3 powerful 7th level experts died in Hongmeng realm last time, many people paid great attention to those 9A mysterious entrants. Just yesterday, someone discovered that one of the mysterious entrances suddenly disappeared. After the news spreads, today, including our Nishan realm, all the realms with 9 mysterious entrances have lost 1 mysterious entrance. Chapter 46-47. Next, it's better to be careful. Feng Qingyang spoke in a deep voice. The 9 mysterious entrances that had existed for countless years, or that had existed since the beginning of history, suddenly and strangely lost one at this time. It was hard to avoid making people ponder and even speculate. In the past, he and his disciple Duan Lingtian had guessed that Tiandao planned to let them resist the invading enemies behind the mysterious entrance, so they opened the Babel Tower to help increase their strength. They have made many preparations recently, and they are also prepared for the enemy to invade behind the 9 mysterious entrances. But I didn't expect. At this time, a mysterious entrance suddenly disappeared strangely. Several people are still talking about it. Suddenly, Realm Master Xiao Mubai's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Zhang Shan on the side was the first to notice something was wrong with Xiao Mubai's expression and couldn't help but ask. For a moment, Duan Lingtian, Feng Qingyang and Xue Qingzhu all looked at Xiao Mubai. Based on their understanding of this Xiao Realm Master, unless there was something shocking, they would not let him be like this at all. That's right. Did something happen again? Duan Lingtian subconsciously asked. Did the enemy invade as the mysterious entrance disappeared? No. Under the eyes of several people, Xiao Mubai took a deep breath, his lips trembling slightly. The other 8 mysterious entrances have all disappeared. However, currently we only know that our Nishan realm has disappeared, and the other realms the domain doesn't know yet. When the first mysterious entrance disappeared, Xiao Mubai went to check it out personally. After confirming, he asked people to pay attention to the other 8 mysterious entrances. Just now, he received 8 messages one after another. The people he arranged to monitor the other 8 mysterious entrances all sent messages to his law avatars staying in his training place, telling him all the 8 mysterious entrances. Disappearing message. What? Feng Qingyang's expression changed. The other 8 mysterious entrances also disappeared together? Duan Lingshan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Xue Qingzhu stood aside, with a look of surprise and horror on her pretty face. Although she was not a native of the Nishan realm, when she became a Taoist couple with Feng Qingyang, she also learned about the 9 mysterious entrances to some realms of the world. I understand and have heard the speculations of the Taoist couple and their disciples. She also felt that the guess might be true. But since it is true, what happened to this sudden emergency situation? Why did all 9 mysterious entrances disappear? Could it be that Tiandao has repelled the invading enemies, so the 9 mysterious entrances have disappeared one after another? Xue Qingzhu guessed subconsciously. Impossible. Feng Qingyang shook his head. If Tiandao had the ability to repel the invading enemies, how could he have allowed the 9 mysterious entrances to exist for so many years? If he really had that ability, why would he have arranged it on the Babel Tower? Is that necessary? I always feel that this matter may not be as simple as I guessed. Duan Lingtian also deeply agreed with Feng Qingyang's statement. Let's wait and see what happens next. I don't think something is right either. First check whether the other 8 mysterious entrances in other realms with mysterious entrances in the world have disappeared. This is actually very easy to confirm. Xiao Mubai and Zhang Shan went out and quickly brought back confirmed news. The other 8 mysterious entrances in the major realms also disappeared. The time of disappearance was basically the same as the 8 mysterious entrances in our Nishan realm. The mysterious entrance disappeared at the same time. However, the major realms are still calm, and there are no signs of invasion by powerful people. Xiao Mubai said. And almost at the same time Xiao Mubai finished his words. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, purple thunder entangled, and it was a familiar scene. It was not difficult for people in all worlds, and even those outside the world, to see that this was a sign that the heavenly words were about to appear. Sure enough, the Tiandao text soon appeared. From now on, the Babel Tower will open the 3rd entrance entwined with cyan thunder. This entrance will appear on the side of the other 2 entrances. All beings above the high-ranking gods can enter. If you pass any level inside, you will be able to enter. You will receive corresponding rewards. The 3rd entrance to the place is called the trial space. No matter you are a high-ranking or the most powerful person, you can enter. The rewards inside include but are not limited to the Talisman of Heaven and the realization of the 4 realms of heaven and earth at the 9th level. When this heavenly text appeared, all the worlds, and even the places outside the world, all boiled. However, Duan Lingtian and others looked at each other in confusion after reading the Tiandao text. The few of them were just talking about the disappearance of all 9 mysterious entrances. In the blink of an eye, the text of Tiandao appeared, and the Babel Tower opened the 3rd function of trial space. Moreover, can you get the Talisman of Heaven in it? And the insights into the 4 realms of heaven and earth at the 9th level? Why do I feel like Tiandao is constantly urging people to enter the Tower of Babel? After all, Xue Qingzhu is a woman and should be more careful. From the fact that Tiandao text informed this news at this time, combined with the 9 mysterious entrances that mysteriously disappeared, she also felt that something was wrong. In particular, after the Tiandao text, a line appeared again. The 3rd entrance to Babel Tower is only open for 1 month. Those who do not enter within 1 month will have to wait 1,000 years before they have the opportunity to enter again. The appearance of this line of Tiandao text completely changed the expressions of Duan Lingtian and others. In the past, there was no precedent for such closing of the other 2 entrances to the Tower of Babel. And now, the 3rd entrance is said to be closed after 1 month of opening? Will it open again after 1,000 years? Isn't this urging people above the gods to enter it? Now, those beings above the gods are probably crazy. Zhang Shan murmured. Something is not quite right. I will go to the entrance of Jade Emperor's Babel Tower and not let them in yet. Wait for more than 20 days and then check the situation. After all, Xiaomubai is the master of the anti-god realm, and he is still very concerned about the safety of the creatures in the anti-god realm at critical moments. Although he felt that it was a bit ridiculous for heaven to take action against all living beings, what happened before and after had to make him wary. I will also go back to the place outside the boundary and ask the beings above the gods in the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty not to enter the Babel Tower for the time being. Xue Qingzhu was also anxious. In addition to her Taoist companions in the Nishan realm, she also had another home outside the realm. There were many people she cared about there, and she didn't want to see anything happen to them. "I'll go with you." Seeing the anxiety of his fellow Taoist, Feng Qingyang said repeatedly and left with Xue Qingzhu. "Father, I saw the words of Tiandao. I want to enter the Tower of Babel." In the small world inside Duan Lingshan's body, his son Duan Yentian returned to the Divine Tree of Life, communicated with him through the Divine Tree of Life, and expressed his desire to enter the trial space of the Tower of Babel. As early as a few years ago, his son Duan Yentian entered the realm of high-ranking gods. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took a look inside, and it was not difficult to find that in the small world inside his body, in the area of the land of divine relics, a group of beings above the gods were regretting why they came to the land of divine relics, or why never leave the sacred place. The land of divine relics will be closed for thousands of years. Therefore, even if they saw the Tiandao text and coveted the trial space leading to the third entrance of the Babel Tower, they had no choice but to wait until the next trial space was opened before they could enter. Chapter 46-48. Originally, Duan Lingtian did not intend to pay attention to these people. However, when he finally looked at the land of divine relics, there were actually many people who had conflicts because of this. He didn't want the land of divine relics to be messed up, so he immediately separated the land of divine relics from all the gods in the Nishan realm. Plain connection: those who want to leave the land of divine relics can do so within the next month. In 1 month, the land of divine heritage will be closed for at least 1,000 years. Duan Lingshan's voice, like a loud bell, spread throughout the land of divine heritage, like a supreme creation talking to the many lives he created. As Duan Lingtian spoke, the land of divine relics suddenly boiled. Isn't it just for this moment that many of them started making trouble? They can finally leave and go to the Tower of Babel to seek their chance. Of course, these people are basically high-ranking gods. As for the most powerful people, those who stayed in the land of divine heritage were basically those who had good relations with the most powerful person from the Xia family in the land of divine heritage. They all learned about some potential risks from Duan Lingtian, but there were no planning to leave. Moreover, as the most powerful people, it is easy for them to leave. They can talk to Duan Lingtian directly. Even if it is not convenient for them to talk to Duan Lingtian, they can still find people who are convenient to talk to Duan Lingtian, such as people from the Xia family in the land of gods, that is also the natal family of Duan Lingshan's wife. "Father, you let them go. Why did you restrict me from going out?" Duan Yentian also wanted to enter the Tower of Babel. His goal and pursuit was his father, but with his current strength, he felt that his chances of catching up with his father were extremely slim. Now that he had the opportunity to overtake in a corner, he naturally didn't want to make a mistake. Pass the chance. Just be patient. Duan Lingtian was very pleased with his son's ambition to become stronger, but he didn't get used to it today. He beat him first and then reasoned with him. After learning about his father's concerns, Duan Yentian calmed down for a while, but he couldn't help but secretly cursed in his heart. "Can't you just tell me the reason directly? Is it necessary to beat me first? I have never seen my father beat up Xiling. It's too biased." Duan Lingtian didn't know what his son was thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. In the next period of time, Duan Lingtian paid close attention to the situation in the outside world. He also heard about the news from the Jade Emperor in Nishan Realm. Realm Lord Xiaomubai wanted to stop people from entering at first, but it backfired. There are too many high-ranking gods. He can't keep them all, can he? He could only stop some powerful people who were ready to make a move. Of course, this is also because he knows very well that even if he stops everyone here, These people will definitely find a way to leave the Nishan realm, go to the entrance of the Babel Tower outside the Nishan realm, and enter the Babel Tower. The benefits promised by heaven are so attractive. Certainly. During this period of time, people also came out of the Tower of Babel one after another, all of whom had previously entered the second entrance of the Tower of Babel. There are people who go against the realm of gods, and there are also people who live outside the realm. On the side of the Nishan realm, Duan Lingtian contacted the law clone of Huangfu Mengyuan, the senior sister of the inner palace of Wanfa Academy, and told her that the matter was suspicious. After the other party heard about it, he immediately asked me to leave the Babel Tower. Out from inside coming. As for the second senior brother, the third senior brother and the fourth senior sister, they also all had their clones outside and came out one after another. Beyond the boundary, the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty also became agitated with the return of the former 7th city lord Xue Qingzhu. Although the beings in the outside world have no rules, they still leave things outside. Once someone touches those things, something urgent has happened. They will be aware of it and rush back from the outside as soon as possible. Therefore, the strongest men in the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty also came out of the Tongtian Tower one by one. Even though the newly opened third entrance of Babel Tower is very attractive, they trust Xue Qingzhu even more, because Xue Qingzhu has led the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty to achieve many benefits and glory since his rise, and has never let the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty suffer. Deficit. They had almost blind trust in Xue Qingzhu. On Bibo Tianfa's side, before Feng Qingyang left with Xue Qingzhu, Duan Lingtian specially said hello to him and asked him to remind Bibo Tianfu and at the same time ask Bibo Tianfu to inform Qingzhu nearby. Yunsheng sect. They are all forces that have some friendship with him. At this critical moment, he decided to give a reminder. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. When the beings above the gods in the 10,000 realms and the land beyond the boundary were all keen to enter the Tower of Babel, the 10,000 realms and the land beyond the realms seemed to be much calmer than before. Because there were so many fewer people, there were naturally fewer people. Less disputes. A peaceful and calm scene. Time flies. 32 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian, as usual, stayed in the Nirvana heaven, one of the heavenly planes in the Nishan realm, to meditate, comprehend the way of swordsmanship, and sprint to the 9th level. Although he doesn't know what will happen next, the improvement in strength will undoubtedly bring him more protection, allowing him to protect himself and his family and friends at the same time. This is something he is still practicing hard to this day. The motivation of practicing lies. Suddenly, an earth-shaking loud noise swept from the end of the horizon, making the earth tremble. A large number of buildings in the Nirvana Emperor's palace collapsed because of this. A vast and majestic force, accompanied by a loud noise from the sky, arrived as promised and swept across all directions. Right here. Found it. Eula, you practice the forbidden life sacrifice method, which is not tolerated by all living beings in the divine land. Today, we will lock you in your position and we will kill you. One after another, voices seemed to come from outside the sky, many of which were harsh and scolding. Along with it, there are also extremely terrifying powers. These forces were not impacting the anti-god realm, but were clearly clashing in the distance. However, the aftermath of their power still caused the space where the Nirvana sky was to be fragmented and crumbling, giving people a feeling that the mirror was about to disappear in the blink of an eye. That is, as soon as Duan Lingtian rose into the air, he saw a familiar giant tower appearing in the distance on the horizon. It was the Babel Tower. Then, the Tower of Babel suddenly exploded, turning into bright white fireworks, and countless shrill and desperate screams came out from inside, which was heart-stopping and shocking. You alone want to kill me? Ridiculous. Another disdainful voice sounded, shaking all directions. The sound was like muffled thunder, and the power that arose immediately collided with several other sudden forces, causing the Nirvana sky to be completely shattered and turned into powder in an instant. And Duan Lingtian also appeared in the turbulent space. The master, his wife, and others who were originally within his sight also disappeared behind the shattered annihilation heaven, as if they were so close to him in the blink of an eye. Not good dash. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and his expression suddenly changed. He found that the small world inside his body was strangely turbulent. The originally strong divine tree of life became dim in an instant. Most of the divine water for purifying the world in it evaporated in the blink of an eye. Its breath was sluggish, as if the Buddha's oil is exhausted and the lamp dries up. How is this going? Duan Lingtian was stunned, completely stunned. Before he had time to intervene, even before the divine tree of life and the divine water of purification had time to communicate with him, they destroyed themselves one after another, and their auras disappeared in an instant. The little world inside his body collapsed instantly. The land of divine heritage was also shattered. Chapter 46-49. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian could no longer care about the group of people in the land of divine relics, and could only care about a few relatives near the newly destroyed divine tree of life. His wives and his parents. Other family members and friends are all in this sacred place. The power of law is destroyed? When Duan Lingtian took action, it was obvious that he could not sense the power of space law, and even the power of other laws was gone. The only means he could use were his own power, and there are 4 realms in the world. Although his strength is much weaker, he still doesn't have much pressure to protect his wife and parents. Si Ling, Nian Tian and the others. While protecting his wife and parents, Duan Lingtian wanted to find his children and other family members and friends, but found that the vast number of creatures in the sacred land disappeared one after another into the fragmented turbulent space, and he wants the person you are looking for is also inside and cannot be noticed at all. He unfolded his consciousness and could only feel the breath disappearing into the crumbling turbulent space. As if a strange storm swept through, the turbulent space was quickly fragmented. At the same time, Duan Lingtian only felt a pulling force, shrouding him and his wife and parents who were protecting him, constantly shaking in the shattered turbulent space. Vibrate. During this period, he could hear the fierce fighting sound quickly disappearing. He just came back to his senses and wanted to resist the pulling force, but found that the pulling force disappeared in the next step. When he came back to his senses, his eyes were clear, but he appeared in a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. The smell permeating the air is completely different from any space I have been to before. It is somewhat like what his master described, the world behind the 9 mysterious entrances to the Nishan realm and many realms. How is this going? Duan Lingtian was a little confused. Are we forcibly sent into the world behind the mysterious entrance? At the same time, in his mind, he was constantly recalling the previous sounds coming from the horizon, as well as the scene of the Babel Tower being shattered, which he would never forget. What happened? This is Duan Lingtian's doubts, and also the doubts of his wife and parents who are still by his side after Duan Lingtian protected him. Brother Tian, what happened? Kier looked at Duan Lingtian, with doubts and confusion in his eyes. He glanced around with astonishment on his face. Just now, was I dazzled? I saw the divine tree of life broken. Sister Shui also disappeared. Also, I feel no more power of law. When Duan Lingtian was in the small world inside his body, his wife got along very well with Jingshi Shui, and they were treated like sisters. Wan'er, Li Fei and Feng Tianwu all looked at Duan Lingtian at this time. In their eyes, this man was there and their backbone. Because of this, after this man sensed the crisis and incorporated the land of divine relics into the small world within his body, in order to prevent him from worrying too much about them, they all stayed honestly next to the divine tree of life, practicing there, and without there are experiences in sacred places. Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Rou, have always lived a life of retirement. They thought it was good to be near the divine tree of life, so they never left. But they didn't expect that it was their decision that caused the small world inside Duan Lingtian's body to be shattered, and after the turbulent space was shattered, they did not disappear from Duan Lingtian's side like the others, but were protected by Duan Lingtian in time. Come down. I don't know what happened yet. Duan Lingtan shook his head, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Since they were safe and sound, he expected that the others were also the same. I just don't know where they were sent. Looking back now, that last pulling force was obviously the pulling force of space when the turbulent space was shattered. When that space force was completely shattered, they regained their freedom and were no longer affected. The power of law cannot be sensed. At this time, Huaner frowned slightly and said, "It's not just that I can't sense the power of the law." Duan Lingtian sighed and said, "Not long ago I was still in the Nirvana Emperor's palace, and suddenly there was a combined force breaking through the sky, and then there were several loud shouts." Duan Lingtian told them the situation at that time. "We saw it too." Li Fei said, "At that time, a person shouted something, 'Yulu, you practice the forbidden life sacrifice method, which is not tolerated by all living beings in the divine land. Today, we will lock you in your position and we will kill you. You know that you loha luohi? Can you see it too?" Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He had clearly closed the small world inside his body tightly at that time, but he did not expect that the people inside also saw that scene. At that time, the Tower of Babel also appeared, and at the same time it shattered, and countless screams were heard. Feng Tianwu continued. After some exchanges with his wives, Duan Lingtian also realized that the destruction of the small world in his body was probably not the only one. The small worlds in other people's bodies were also shattered in all likelihood. Because the existence of the small world within the body has a certain connection with the power of space. After those loud shouts came and the Tower of Babel was shattered, the whole world seemed to be in chaos. Everything related to the power of the law was shattered. After the Nirvana heaven was shattered, he wandered in the turbulent space, but the turbulent space was also shattered shortly after. At that time, he discovered that the power of law seemed to have disappeared strangely. Now, in this strange world, he can't sense any power of laws here. It's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian remembered something again. "I remember Master said that he went into the world behind the mysterious entrance and struck with all his strength. I didn't hear him mention that he couldn't use the power of law in that world. What's going on? Things seem to be different from what we guessed before. Then who is Yuluo? Those people seem to be attacking him because he practiced some forbidden life sacrifice method? It also mentioned all living beings," Duan Lingtian murmured. The sound was not loud, but people around him could hear it clearly. Could it be that this is some kind of sacred land? Duan Ruffing opened his mouth and guessed. At this time, Li Ro next to him also had a worried look on her face. Si Ling and Yen Tian, the children, were all in the land of gods before, and the in-laws, Xuanai, Xiao He, Xiao Bai and Xiao Jin. They all have a certain amount of strength, so there shouldn't be much danger for the time being. Duan Lingtan also calmed down at this time, knowing that it was useless to be impatient. The top priority was to first understand the world he was in now. Chapter 4650. Until now, Duan Lingtian is still a little confused. Have absolutely no idea what's going on. Everything was so sudden. However, he also knows that since he has come to this world, whether he wants to leave this world and return to the world or a place outside the world, or he cannot go back, he must first understand this world and see where they have come. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian discovered that a familiar aura suddenly emerged from Kir's body, which was the aura of the most powerful. "Kir, are you breaking through?" Duan Lingtian looked at Kir with a surprised look on his face. Kir also had a confused look on his face now, looking inside at the situation inside his body and murmured, "It seems like a breakthrough." However, this situation seems to be different from what Huaner said. Huaner is the first among Duan Lingshan's wives to step into the realm of high-ranking gods and become the most powerful. Just now, I felt the power of the superior in my body boiling, and then the technique started to work on its own, and then I broke through. There was no guidance from the most powerful state, so it was a normal breakthrough. Speaking of this, Kir thought of something and said, "By the way, some of my insights on the way of the sword flashed through my mind just now. Could it be related to Kendo?" Kier is the second among Duan Lingshan's wives to fully master the 4 realms of heaven and earth, completely mastered the way of swordsmanship and reached the 1st level. But at this moment, another aura rose up, but it was Huaner not far away. An aura suddenly rose up on his body, and his whole temperament also changed a lot compared to before. Huaner, you also made a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Compared to Kier, Huaner's feelings were more profound. After all, she turned out to be the most powerful person. Brother Tian, I feel like I have been exposed to this world for a long time. The swordsmanship that I just broke through to the 3rd level seems to be alive. Not in my mind interruption drill. After being accommodated again, the power in my body has also transformed from the 2nd level of the strongest to the 3rd level. After listening to Huaner's words, Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei and Feng Tianwu to confirm that there was nothing strange about them. Finally, he looked at his parents. They also had no feeling. This world had not brought them cultivation. For the improvement. It seems that it is indeed related to the way of swordsmanship. Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed and he said, "In this world, the power of laws does not exist. You cannot sense the power of laws here, let alone use it. When you get here, except for some things that you have mastered in the past, practical skills to in addition, only the 4 realms of heaven and earth can be used. Of course, the power within the body has not disappeared and is still available. Next, let's find a place nearby to stay, or see if we can meet anyone, and get to know the world first." After hearing Duan Lingshan's words, several people nodded in agreement. Next, Duan Lingtian and his family traveled in the air. After several days of traveling, they finally saw a few figures. These figures were in a hurry, obviously on their way. A few. Duan Lingtian just stepped forward to block their way and wanted to ask, but saw that the other party's expressions changed. However, after realizing that Duan Lingtian had no ill intentions, they all avoided him and continued moving forward. Before Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, he saw another group of people coming from the distance, seemingly chasing something. But he was chasing after a few people who just passed by. Duan Lingtian frowned, but he didn't intend to catch up. There was obviously a grudge between the two groups. Before he understood the world, he didn't plan to get involved to avoid catastrophic disaster. However, the strength of these two groups is only average. The strongest one is comparable to the mid-level god. Of course, what we are talking about here is the power they control, which is comparable to the power of a mid-level god. Because the power of law does not exist in this world, and these people obviously do not master the 4 ways of heaven and earth, so their strength is definitely inferior to that of the intermediate gods from all realms, and even the places outside the realm, and they may not even be able to defeat the lower gods. Respect. Since we can see people here, I think there is a gathering place for humans nearby. Duan Lingtian returned to his family and continued moving forward with them. Really? 3 days later, Duan Lingtian and his party finally saw a city. The city was neither big nor small. It was adjacent to a continuous mountain range. There were many people going in and out, and it was quite lively. Duan Lingtian and his party approached. Except for Huaner, who habitually wore a veil, the other 3 women, as well as Li Ro, attracted a lot of people's attention, but it was just a quick glance, because in this world no shortage beauty. In their world, many women who were originally average-looking can change their appearance through some secret cultivation methods, and look like whatever they want. Only the breath of the soul remains unchanged. Duan Lingtian had also discovered a long time ago that after coming to this world, the soul aura will overflow involuntarily, allowing people to sense it from a distance and confirm the identity of the other person. The language of this place. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered that the language of this place was the same as the lingua franca of the 10,000 realms and the land beyond the boundary. If it weren't for the fact that there was no power of law here and the breath of the soul magically overflowed, he would have thought that he had returned. Arrive the world or the place beyond the bounds. After walking around the small town and confirming that the trading currencies of this world were divine stones and divine crystals, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. He had no shortage of these things. However, he soon discovered his Neji space disappeared. He naturally knew what this meant. It meant that all the things he had stored in the Neji were gone. Normally, this is a situation that occurs after the Neji self-destructs. Helpless, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly, and in the end he could only take the huge divine crystal necklace worn around his wife Li Fei's neck, remove the divine crystal from it, and prepare to exchange it for the divine stone in the small town for daily consumption. The reason why Li Fei wears this divine crystal is because the size of ordinary divine crystals is standard, and it is difficult to condense such a large piece. It is considered a rarity. Duan Lingtian knew that she likes shiny things, so he gave it to her. She made a necklace and wore it with her, so that she did not disappear with the disappearance of the ring space. Now, they and their group can be said to be penniless. The weapons also disappeared with the disappearance of the Neji space. Such a big divine crystal? Duan Lingtian found a luxuriously decorated shop called Jinbao Pavilion, a few floors up, went to the shopkeeper, took out the divine crystal, and asked the other party how many divine stones he could exchange for it. Although he has inquired about the ratio of divine crystals to divine stones, that is only the ratio of ordinary divine crystals. His divine crystal is extraordinary. Call out, call out, call out. In order not to be deceived by the shopkeeper, Duan Lingtian deliberately displayed the 8th level of swordsmanship. The invisible sword energy surrounded him and disappeared after a moment. But even so, the treasure master of Jinbao Pavilion was still shocked and couldn't help but exclaimed, "A powerful person who has entered the Tao." Chapter 4651. A powerful person who has entered the Tao? This is the first time Duan Lingtian has heard such a title. It should be the name given to the beings who have mastered the 4 realms of heaven and earth in this world. Next, the attitude of the shopkeeper of Jinbao Pavilion not only became much more humble, but also gave Duan Lingtian a very high exchange ratio. He even asked Duan Lingtian afterwards if there was anything he needed to help him with, as long as he could do whatever he could never refuse. The look he looked at Duan Lingtian was also full of awe, as if the powerful person who entered the Tao was some great big shot in his eyes. "I really want to ask the shopkeeper something." Seeing that the store was not busy, Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper some questions and soon learned some things from the shopkeeper. This world is called Divine Land. Where he is now is in the Chuzhou, in the Divine Land. This is a relatively remote city in Chuzhou, called Anqing. There are 2 gangs, that is, 1 gang and 2 families. Jinbao Pavilion is one of them, of a family industry. However, when he knew the cultivation realm of these 3 strongest cultivators, he didn't care at all. The strongest one has not yet entered the Tao. This is why the shopkeeper was shocked that he was a Taoist practitioner. "I really didn't expect." In this world of gods and earth, the so-called Tao is not just 4 kinds of Tao, and there is no such thing as the Tao of weapons. Any kind of Tao of weapons is an independent Tao. After Duan Lingtian took his family to find an inn to stay, he sat around the yard with his wives and listened to Kir sighing. Now, after understanding this world, Kir is not as worried about the safety of his daughter Xiling and son Yantian. In this world, their strength is considered to be good, second only to Taoist practitioners. Yes. In the past, in our world, there were only 4 ways of heaven and earth, but in this world, there are 10,000 ways. Duan Lingtian nodded. The way of weapons, among the 10,000 ways, is only a combination of the way of hundreds of weapons. In this world, not only cannot the laws be sensed, but even the people here do not know the existence of the power of the laws. As for the law clone, I don't even know. Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper of Jinbao Pavilion if he knew a person named Yuluaha, but the shopkeeper didn't know. As for the way of living sacrifice, the other party also said that he had never heard of it, and frankly said that he was just a member of the lower class of the gods. Because of his business talent, he was valued by the family behind him. Otherwise, he could only serve tea and do some chores. I plan to visit the 3 major forces in Anqing tomorrow. I think the strongest of those forces should know more. Duan Lingtian said his plan: "You just stay at the inn and take care of the safety of your father and mother." The 4 girls nodded in unison. Originally, this world was unfamiliar to them and they still had a sense of crisis. Now that they have a preliminary understanding of this world, they finally feel a little more relaxed. Only, what Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that before the next day, in the evening, someone came to his door and claimed to be the head of the Yen family in Anqing. They'll go out and meet him. He was surrounded by women, and Duan Lingtian had no intention of greeting him in the guest room courtyard and going out to meet him. When he met the head of the Yen family, Duan Lingtian knew why he came to the door, because the person standing behind him was the shopkeeper who entertained him in Zhenbao Pavilion today. Although this shopkeeper is from the bottom of the divine land, he still has some strength. Although he has not reached the level of the gods of the 10,000 worlds and outer worlds, he still has the cultivation level of an immortal. It should be because the spiritual energy of the divine land and the heaven and earth is abundant. Reason the aura of heaven and earth in this world is comparable to that of all realms, and the places outside the realm where the aura of heaven and earth are most abundant are no less generous. Sir, we meet again. The shopkeeper saluted Duan Lingtian respectfully. The middle-aged man standing in front of him also stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes, respectfully raised his hands and said, Yen Hu, the head of the Yen family in Anqing, has met your lord. Yen Hu is here to offer a treasure to you, sir. After finishing his words, Yen Hu took out something and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian reached out and took it. After touching it for a while, he almost lost his temper and smiled, because this thing was a sword-shaped jade pendant, which contained a ray of swordsmanship that ordinary people could not detect, but Qi Peng could easily integrate his consciousness into it. This ray of swordsmanship is only left behind by the first level of swordsmanship. For those who have not yet understood the swordsmanship, it can serve as an introduction to the swordsmanship, or it can be used to understand the swordsmanship. Of course, it is unlikely to completely master the first level of swordsmanship. At best, you can master the rudimentary form of swordsmanship. This thing is of no use to me. Duan Lingtian casually returned it to Yen Hu. This thing was not only useless to him, but also of no use to his family members who had not yet entered the Tao. Even if he casually showed it to his family members for enlightenment, the swordsmanship is far greater than what is contained in this thing. The swordsmanship is rough and strong. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Yen Hu was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils shrank. Then he asked in a trembling voice, My lord, are you a monk who has mastered the second-level swordsmanship? Only monks who have mastered the second level of swordsmanship and above will have no interest in what he sends out. Just take it as such. Duan Lingtian didn't intend to reveal too much, so he smiled lightly and returned the things to Yen Hu. After Yen Hu took back the things with trembling hands, he took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian. Sir, I don't know, can you help me and do the Yen family a favor? Afterwards, my Yen family will definitely be richly rewarded. After he finished speaking, Yen Hu actually gave back the divine crystal that Duan Lingtian had sent to the treasure pavilion today to exchange for the divine stone. The divine stones you exchanged for today, sir, should be regarded as the meeting gift that I, Yen Hu, gave you. Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take back the divine crystal. Instead, he smiled lightly and asked, What do you want me to do for you? If it's just a small favor, it doesn't hurt to help. This man is the head of the Yen family, and he wants to know a lot of things. Do him a favor and get some benefits in terms of divine stones and divine crystals, and you can also ask him some more things he desperately wants to know. Of course, if it's a big favor or something too troublesome, he has no interest in helping the other party. As for what he wants and what he wants to know, he can definitely find someone else. Sir, this is what happened. As Yen Hu spoke, Duan Lingtian also knew the whole story. It turned out that it was all caused by the sword-shaped jade pendant in Yen Hu's hand. The other two forces in Anqing knew about it, and they all want to get a piece of the pie, otherwise we need to join forces to deal with the Yen family's posture. Originally, Yen Hu planned to give the things to Duan Lingtian, and then ask Duan Lingtian to issue a statement to make the two families retreat. Otherwise, even if Yen Hu said that he gave away or lost the things, the two families would not believe him and would still cause trouble. Now, Duan Lingtian is not interested in the sword-shaped jade pendant. He still wants Duan Lingtian to tell the outside world that the thing is in his hands and scare away the other two forces in Anqing. That's it? Duan Lingtian smiled calmly. If this is the case, you can let the news out. In addition, if those two families want to collide with me, they can have their strongest people come together. I'm waiting for you. To him, this is really just a small thing among small things, not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, he casually took the divine crystal that Yen Hu handed over and was still hanging in the air, preparing to return it to his wife Li Fei and continue to use it as a necklace pendant for her. Chapter 46-52. After seeing Yen Hu off, Duan Lingtian turned back to the guest room courtyard and returned the divine crystal to Li Fei. Brother Tian, this is... Li Fei was a little surprised at the lost and recovered divine crystal. Duan Lingtian smiled and told the story, and then she suddenly realized that Ganqing was the family behind the Jinbao Pavilion, and they wanted her men to take advantage of them, to show off their power. The other side. After Yen Hu returned, he spread the news and also told which inn and which guest room and courtyard Duan Lingtian stayed in. The other family and gang in Anqing quickly received the news. That Kendo Jade pendant was given away by Yen Hu? And was it given to a strong Taoist? Is it true? You even told the other party's location? Is this intended for us to confirm? It was related to the jade pendant of Kendo, which was the key to entering the Tao. The head of the family and the gang leader of the two families soon went to the inn to visit the strong man who had entered the Tao, which was Duan Lingtian. After confirming that Duan Lingtian was a powerful Taoist, they retreated even though they felt unwilling to do so. Are we too radical? If we were more tactful, we wouldn't have forced the Yen family to take this step. After the two of them left the inn, they couldn't help but smile and shake their heads. They never expected that the Yen family would take such a step in order to prevent them from sharing the Kendo Jade pendant. It was simply harming others and not benefiting themselves. On Duan Lingshan's side, after dealing with the two of them, the news soon became known to Yen Hu. Yen Hu also hurriedly took several elders from his family to visit Duan Lingtian. One is to express gratitude, and the other is to clarify Duan Lingshan's doubts. Before he left last time, Duan Lingtian told him that he hoped he could bring a few knowledgeable people from his family to help him solve some of his confusion, so the few old people he brought this time may not be the strongest but he is definitely the most knowledgeable. One of them even left Anqing and Chuzhou, and narrowly escaped death before returning. After all, there are still certain risks when walking outside without being a strong person. Grown-ups. Yen Hu brought people to see Duan Lingtian. After thanking him, he briefly introduced the elderly people he brought, and then asked Duan Lingtian to ask questions. Before that, I was also given a ring. It is indeed Neji, and its name is the same as the name of the place where Duan Lingtian was previously in the world, but the space in this Neji is different from the space in the world and the world outside the world. The latter relies more on the laws of space, and this is satisfied the key lies in the material. However, deep in the material, there is also a faint power of space. This is also the first time Duan Lingtian has felt the power of space in this world. Certainly, the ring here has no self-destruction function. Although it recognizes the owner, if the person dies, others can get the contents of the ring if they get it. This is similar to the secular Neji of the world, except that the material of this Neji is more advanced. After asking Yen Hu and learning that the value of the Neji was not high, Duan Lingtian asked him to arrange a few and prepare one for each of his family members. When they came to this world, all the space inside their Neji disappeared. Neji is useless. Yen Hu was actually quite puzzled at first as Duan Lingtian and his group didn't even receive a precept and even lacked a divine stone. It stands to reason that a strong person cannot lack these things. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian told his origin that Yen Hu suddenly realized it. The reason why he told his story without any reservation was because Duan Lingtian felt that he could control the people in front of him, and he would leave the place soon afterwards without worrying about any danger against them. Moreover, even if you tell your origin, there may not be any danger. If you have this intention, you are just being cautious. Sir, if my guess is correct, you should come from the world created by the creation life chart, And the way of life sacrifice you mentioned, judging from the legends I heard outside, it doesn't sound right. The old man who walked out of Chuzhou in Yen Hu's mouth, after pondering for a moment, spoke loudly and told some legends he had heard outside in the past. Creation chart? A created world? Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingshan's originally confused and dim mind seemed to be instantly illuminated by a light from the sky. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Senior, please elaborate." "Sir, you are a powerful person in Taoism. I don't dare to call you senior." The old man was a little frightened, but he didn't dare to neglect, and told Duan Lingtian one by one the legends he heard back then. In the past of the world of gods and earth, it is said that someone once used the creation chart to create a brand new world, and even captured people to enter it, allowing them to reproduce in it. In fact, the person who controls the creation chart can control everything in that new world, including time. It is said that in the world created with the creation life chart, the owner of the creation life chart can set many rules, and among them are the laws of elements, which are also the fundamental support for the operation of the creation life chart. When Duan Lingtian heard about the law of elements, his heart was shaken. Isn't that the various laws he has mastered before? Whether it is space, time, or life, the 5 elements are all one type of elements in the world. The strong person who refined the creation life chart, after opening up a new world in it, is said to have shared this with her husband. Later, she was killed by her husband, who used the creation life chart, follow the path of life sacrifice, and will the creatures in the creation chart world serve as tools for him to become stronger. He destroys the world inside at every turn, fattens and kills the creatures inside. Later, when word spread about the incident, he was besieged and ganged up to kill. The person who killed him is lucky. Fortunately, he hasn't gone any further. Otherwise, it would be harder to kill him than to reach the sky. After that, the creation life chart became known to many people and was regarded as a taboo by the 5 strong men who joined forces to kill the master of the creation life chart. They divided one into 5 and each kept a part of it. The way of life sacrifice practiced by the Lord of the Creation and Life Chart is also listed as a taboo way. Those who practice this way will be punished by the people of the divine land. As the old man continued to speak, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel waves of turmoil in his heart. He never expected that the truth would be like this. The world he was originally in, and even the places outside the world, were actually just the new world opened up by a creation chart in the world of gods and earth? Although what the old man said was just a legend, Duan Lingtian has basically confirmed that this is what actually happened. If he guessed correctly. Later, a strong man named Yu Luohe would either collect the creation life chart again, or he would refine a second creation life chart himself and open up thousands of new creation lives. Boundary, a place outside the boundary, where they are kept like pigs creatures for your own cultivation. Because, according to what the strong man who entered their world said, what Yu Luohe practiced was the way of life sacrifice. Before the separation of history, the reason why the world was suddenly destroyed was because then Yuluo swallowed up all the creatures in the new world created in the creation chart at that time and used them for cultivation. The Yuluo River is actually the way of heaven in the eyes of all the worlds and creatures outside the world? But if the Yuluo River can initiate the destruction of the world and devour all living things as it did before the historical separation, why can't it do the same in our era? At last, it seems like they only killed the creatures in the Tower of Babel? Duan Lingdan still feels horrified when he thinks of the scene of the Tower of Babel collapsing and the shrill screams he saw before the Nirvana heaven was destroyed. Why does he, in our era, want to restrict the birth of the most powerful seventh-order existence? Why were there not those 9 mysterious entrances to the world of gods and earth before the separation of history? Now, Duan Lingtian can basically confirm that whether it is the counter-god world or the 9 mysterious entrances in other realms of the world behind them, 9 times out of 10, it is the divine earth world where he is now. Chapter 46-53. However, Duan Lingtian also had a lot of confusion in his heart. For example, before the separation of history, In the era when Old Man Wukong existed, why was there no mysterious entrance to the world of gods and earth, and why was the way of heaven in that era capable of destroying the world? However, in his era after the separation of history, the way of heaven was not destroyed. World? What is the purpose of restricting the birth of the most powerful seventh-level existence? In the later period, after he and his master broke through one after another, why did they not only no longer have restrictions, but also hope to have more powerful seventh-level beings? Why did the 9 mysterious entrances disappear one after another? As for the appearance of the third entrance to the Tower of Babel after the 9 mysterious entrances disappeared, he now guessed the reason. It was that Yuluo wanted to pass through the Tower of Babel and kill the creatures who entered, and 9 out of 10 of them used him. Let's practice and improve our strength. Before the heaven of Nirvana collapsed and the turbulent space collapsed, he witnessed the destruction of the Tower of Babel with his own eyes, and countless shrill and horrifying screams. Master Yen, thank you. After digging out some things that the old man of the Yen family knew, Duan Lingtian thanked Yenhu. But Yenhu smiled and shook his head. Sir, you don't need to thank me. What I helped you is far less than what you helped me. What he said was true. As the other party helped him protect the sword-shaped jade pendant that contained the knowledge of the sword, the Yen family might be able to use the sword-shaped jade pendant to give birth to a strong man who has entered the Tao. By then, their Yen family will really be the only one in An City. This is a great thing for the descendants of Fuyin. After being sent to the Yen family, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard of the guest room and told his wives what he had learned. The women were also shocked and amazed. I really didn't expect that there is such a magical thing as the creation chart in the world. It can actually create a new world. So, the worlds we were in before, and even the places outside the world, are the worlds in the creation chart? And our earliest ancestors were also the masters of the creation chart, sent in from the world of gods and earth. No wonder I can't sense the power of any laws here. It turns out that the laws of elements can only exist in the creation world. The next day, Duan Lingtian told his parents about the incident, which made them equally horrified. No one expected that the world they lived in the past, whether it was the plane of gods, the plane of heavens, or the secular plane, were all superpowers in the world of gods and earth. Through that shocking creation horoscope, a new world opened up. Father, Mother, I plan to take you to the capital of Chuzhou next. Duan Lingtian said, Zhouqing is the most prosperous place in Chuzhou. If Niantian and Xiling are also involved in Chuzhou after being expelled from the small world in my body, they may go there. I decided to stay there for a while and see if I could meet them there. He had it all figured out. When you arrive in Chuzhou City, you should first find a place to stay. It is best to go out with a little reputation. In this way, once his family members and friends who are separated from him hear news about him in Chuzhou, they will definitely come to Zhouqing to look for him. If he is famous enough, even if he is not in Chuzhou, he may still hear his name. As Duan Lingtian expressed these thoughts, Duan Ruffing, Li Ro and his wife's eyes lit up. This method is feasible. Yes. In this way, I might be able to find my good grandson and granddaughter soon. Li Ro is really worried about her grandson and granddaughter, so she hasn't had a good rest recently. After staying in Anqing for another day, Duan Lingtian took a map and left Anqing with his family for the capital city of Chuzhou. In order to speed up, he personally led everyone on the way. However, even so, it still took nearly 10 days to reach the city, which shows how big Chuzhou is. Of course, this is also because every night Duan Lingtian would find a nearby city to stay and only travel during the day. If we had to travel day and night, it would only take a few days at most. This is also because the law of elements does not exist in the world of gods and earth. Otherwise, with the speed that Duan Lingtian can show in the world and outside the world, he can take his family from Anqing to Zhouqing in a day or two at most. Zhouqing is the core city of Chuzhou, so its vast area, majestic city walls, wide streets inside, and the number of passers-by are all beyond the capabilities of the small Anqing. But even so, Duan Lingtian and others were not very surprised. Just because, in the past, when they were in Wanjie and beyond, they had seen cities that were bigger, more magnificent, and more lively than Chuzhou City. Find an inn to stay first and then ask for news. Duan Lingtian spoke, and then took his family to one of the best inns in the city and checked in. Then, Duan Lingtian walked out of the inn alone to inquire about the news. The information he wanted to inquire about was how many of the strongest forces there were in this city, and what level the strongest practitioners among these forces were. When he was still in Anqing, he knew the divisions of cultivation realms in this world of gods and earth. For example, he now belongs to the 8th level of the Tao. Entering the 8th level of the Tao, only by comprehending one of the 10,000 ways to the 8th level can you successfully enter. The strong men at this level in the world of gods and earth are definitely not as good as the strongest 8th level strongmen in the past 10,000 realms and the land beyond the boundary. Even against the strongest 7th level beings, they are probably at most slightly better. Just because the existence of 10,000 realms and the land outside the boundary can use the laws of elements. The person who is recognized as the most powerful person in Chuzhou is also a person who has entered the 6th level of Taoism. After learning the news, Duan Lingtian knew that his plan was complete. As long as he defeats the most powerful man in Chuzhou, then he will be the most powerful man in Chuzhou. By then, his name will also be famous everywhere. As long as his family and friends are living in Chuzhou area, everybody can hear about him, the presence. By then, he will be able to reunite with his family and friends. I want to see the methods of the cultivators in this world of gods and earth. After confirming the sect where the most powerful man in Chuzhou was and the location of that sect, Duan Lingtian returned to the inn and said hello to his family. Then he left the state city and went to the sect called Shuiyun sect. Shuiyun sect is located 100 miles east of Chuzhou city. Its headquarters is hidden in the mountains, like a paradise. Of course, in Duan Lingtian's view, the Shuiyun sect station was very shabby compared to the top sects he had come into contact with in the 10,000 realms and beyond the boundaries. Therefore, after he came here, he didn't even pay much attention to it. Interested? No. Standing directly outside the Shuiyun sect's mountain gate, with his hands behind his back, he stood in the air and spoke loudly. Rural casual cultivator Duan Lingtian is here to visit Shuiyun sect. He wants to challenge Shuiyun sect's Tingyun Jusher to compete for the title of the most powerful person in Chuzhou. The sound of his opening was like thunder, spreading throughout the Shuiyun sect. Especially the Shuiyun sect disciples in front of the Shuiyun sect's mountain gate were immediately frightened. It's not like they have never seen the elder who came to challenge their Shuiyun sect, but they have never seen him so arrogant and direct. Come directly to the mountain gate and start the challenge. Shouldn't we pay a false visit first, and then mention the challenge in a tactful way? Chapter 4654. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was not polite for him to do this. However, he was too lazy to put in more effort. Moreover, in line with the principle of the strong are respected, if he, an 8th level cultivator, can challenge a 6th level cultivator, he will give the other party face and the greatest respect. Within Shuiyun sect, figures soon flew out one after another, staring at Duan Lingtian with eager eyes, all of them with hostile faces. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. If he were in the other party's position, his mood and reaction would definitely be similar. Too normal. Your name is Duan Lingtian? Are you worthy of competing with my great-uncle as the strongest person in Chuzhou? A strong, bald man wearing standard clothing walked out and stared at Duan Lingtian angrily, his eyes as cold as daggers, extremely sharp. Seeing the somewhat familiar figure of the other party, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think of a person in his mind. An old friend. I don't know, that Lei Hong after the third entrance to the Babel Tower was opened, whether he would enter the Babel Tower to get a chance to improve his strength. If he had gone in, he would definitely be dead by now. If I hadn't gone in, he should also have wandered into this world of gods and earth. The person in front of him reminded Duan Lingtian of Lei Hong. Except for his facial features, his height and figure were the same. What? You think I'm not worthy? Duan Lingtian looked at the other party and smiled lightly. In that case, would you like to help your great-uncle try my method? I think so too. The bald man smiled coldly, then raised his hand, and the concussive power roared out, turning into a long whip, swinging in the void like a python, which was extremely weird. Snapped. There was a loud noise, but the bald man shook his long whip, followed the whip, and killed Duan Lington. In an instant, the long whip in the bald man's hand suddenly collapsed and turned into a sharp sword. The tip of the sword pointed directly at Duan Lingshan's eyebrows and penetrated towards Duan Lingtian. His eyes were also filled with cold, murderous intent. Still want to kill me? Duan Lingtian found it a bit funny. This person was overestimating his abilities, wasn't he? After all, he also came to challenge the existence of the 6th level of Shuiyun sect. The strength this person is showing now is only the 4th level at most. Do you want to kill him on this basis? Now, he could also see that when the other party entered the 4th level of Taoism, he also mastered the 4th level of Whip Tao. His movements were like flowing clouds and flowing water, and his whip was like an arm. Since you want to kill me, I will give you a ride. Facing the menacing bald man, Duan Lingshan's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even intend to evade it. He just raised his hand casually, and a sword beam was shot out by him, and it roared out of his body. Call out. The sword light shot through the sky, like a short-lived meteor in the sky, which even made the bald man and the people of the Shuiyun sect who came out with him unable to react. There was a soft sound, but the sword light penetrated the bald man's eyebrows and killed him from the air. Instant kill. Until this moment, the bald man was still far away from Duan Lingtian. As a result, his body paused in the void and then fell rapidly. Duan Lingtian unceremoniously put away the opponent's Neiji. There is no self-destructive Neijia in this world of gods and earth. As long as you kill the owner of the Neijia and get the Neijia, you can get everything inside. And this scene also caused the scene to fall into a brief silence. This Deputy Sect Leader Shi is dead? Oh my god! Deputy Sect Leader Shi is a powerful person on the 4th level. This man killed Deputy Sect Master Shi in one face-to-face? What kind of strength is this? In front of the mountain gate, several Shuiyun sect disciples were stunned by the scene in front of them. Is this person too strong? No wonder he dared to come directly to challenge their Shuiyun sect's strongest ancestor Tingyun. Master, our sect is in great danger. Please come out to meet the enemy. Master, junior brother Shi Meng was killed by someone who challenged you. When the people from the Shuiyun sect who came with the bald man came to their senses, they shouted loudly, and their voices spread deep into the Shuiyun sect's residence, quickly causing a sensation. First of all, the people from Shuiyun sect were in an uproar and were horrified. This person is so powerful? He really wants the ancestor to take action himself? I have never heard of this Duan Lingtian before. Where did this strong man come from? We won't be in any danger, right? While all the people of Shuiyun sect were shocked, some elders and disciples of Shuiyun sect who were more flexible were preparing for a retreat. They retreated to the edge of the sect's base. They could leave the sect at any time and escape into the mountains and forests, where the sky is high. Fly. Snort dash. A cold snort came from the depths of Shuiyun sect's residence, and then an elderly figure, Feng Su Yufeng, came over. It was an old man with white hair wearing Taoist robes. The old man has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a resolute face. Regardless of the color of his hair, he only looks at his appearance. He looks like he has just entered middle age at best. Your Excellency, you come to me to challenge me, but you kill my Shuiyun sect disciples. Isn't it a bit too much? The old man stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice with a bad tone. Duan Lingshan's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at him calmly. You, Master Tingyun, are no longer a child. If someone wants to kill you, and you have the ability to kill him, will you still spare his life? If he doesn't want to kill me, I have no interest in killing him. To me, he is nothing more than an ant. Although Duan Lingtian said this arrogantly, it was actually true. Shi Meng, who had just been killed by him, had mastered the 4th level of Whip Path. When he took action, there were no other 10,000 ways to show, and he obviously did not master the 2nd level. In his eyes, such an existence was really just a slap in the face. You can take pictures that will dead ants. And although he, after leaving the 10,000 realms and the land outside the boundary, could no longer rely on the laws of elements and lost the clone of the laws, in addition to the 8th level swordsmanship, he also realized the way of control and the way of infinity to the 7th level of situation. In terms of strength, even if he is today, he is only stronger than the 8th level strong man who only masters one Tao and understands it to the 8th level, and can use the elemental laws of the great perfection. Arrogant. Hearing this, Master Tingyun became furious. In an instant, his robes trembled, and his violent strength roared. He actually used his body as a base to condense a sky-reaching sword light, and slashed down towards Duan Lingtian with his 6th level swordsmanship. This sword shines straight into the sky, like a sword in the sky. It shines brightly, as if it can eclipse the sky and the earth. It falls with a crash, the sound of wind and thunder, and the momentum is like a rainbow. Buzz. The sword slashed down and the void shook, but there was no trace of space tearing. Duan Lingtian had to sigh in his heart again that the stability of the space in this world of gods and earth was far beyond his imagination. Even the sword he used to kill Shimeng just now, not to mention tearing apart the space, did not even cause any ripples in the space. Chapter 46-55. Flashy. Faced with Master Tenjian's menacing blow, Duan Lingtian spoke calmly, and then pointed out, the condensed sword light roared, like tiny stars trying to compete with the sun and the moon in front of Master Tenjian's sword of the sky. However, when this tiny sword light, like a tiny star, touched Master Tenjian's giant sword in the sky, it instantly burst out with infinite power, defeating it in the blink of an eye, and then seemed to consume nothing, and the trend continued. Let's assassinate layman Xiang Tingyun. Enter the 7th level? Master Tingyun let out a horrified exclamation, and the anger in his eyes completely disappeared at this moment, replaced by shock and despair. I surrender. Senior, show mercy. At the moment of life and death, he felt the strong aura of death contained in the blow in front of him. While retreating quickly, Master Tingyun hurriedly spoke, and at the same time he used all his means, and the sword light was crisscrossed, forming a line in front of him. Layers of protection, but still defeated like a torrent. In the face of the opponent's sword, all his methods seemed weak, and everything he did was in vain. Too strong. Not on the same level at all. There is a big dividing line between the 7th level swordsmanship and the 6th level swordsmanship. He has been studying for many years without making a breakthrough, but he did not expect that the person who challenged him today would master the swordsmanship he dreamed of. Snort dash. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, and controlled the sword light to pass by Master Tenjian's forehead, shoveling off a section of his long gray hair, and then whizzed away and disappeared from the end of the field of vision. Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. Although Master Tengyun's image has plummeted, and his hair is as disheveled as a tramp, when facing Duan Lingtian he is terrified, fearing that he will offend him again. Now he regretted it to death. You shouldn't be so strong. However, he has been strong for a long time. After all, he is recognized as the #1 person in Chuzhou. Although there are 2 other people who have entered the 6th level of Dao in Chuzhou, they are not his opponents. Who would have thought that the person who came to the door today was a being who had entered the 7th level of Taoism? Moreover, it feels stronger than the ordinary 7th level Dao. Senior, I have offended you so much just now. Please forgive me. Senior, forgive me. The rest of the Shuyun sect present saw that their ancestors were no match for the other party. Their expressions changed drastically. After they came to their senses, they also hurriedly bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. Did I win today's battle? Duan Lingtian looked at Master Tingyun and asked lightly. Certainly. Master Tingyun did not dare to hesitate at all and nodded hurriedly. Senior's strength is far beyond what I, Tingyun, can match. From today on, the most powerful person in Chuzhou is you, Senior. Duan Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, and then said, I come to challenge you this time because I want to make a name for myself in Chuzhou. You remember. Duan Lingtian is my name. In the past, my friends and opponents all called me the Reverse Divine Sword. From now on, I, the Inverse Divine Sword Duan Lingtian, will be the strongest man in Chuzhou. You Shuiyun sect can spread the word. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come to the Chengfeng Inn in Chuzhou City to find me and fight. The following words, Duan Lingshan's high-pitched voice, clearly spread throughout the Shuiyun sect. After the words fell, before everyone in the Shuiyun sect could speak, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked away, disappearing in front of the layman Tingyun and others in the blink of an eye. At this time, everyone came back to their senses one after another. The anti-god sword Duan Lingtan? After Master Tingyun came to his senses, he murmured for a while that he had never heard of this person before. He thought he was really a loose cultivator who had just come out of seclusion for many years, and he would become famous throughout Chuzhou as soon as he came out of seclusion. Uncle! At this time, a senior member of the Shuiyun sect who seemed to have a bit of flattery on his face approached layman Tingyun and suggested in a respectful tone, "Just now, this Lord Duan Lingtian said that he lives at the Chengfeng Inn in Zhouqing. I guess I just left the customs and haven't yet a place of your own. Our Shuiyun sect has a lot of real estate in the city. Why don't you give him a set in person, which can be considered a good relationship? After all, if his reputation really spreads, even if we want to give him real estate, he probably won't want it. By then, the families in Zhouqing will have already arranged real estate for him." As for layman Tingyun, after hearing what the other party said, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Not bad. Your suggestion is good. And you, it seems that I underestimated you in the past, my uncle. You are very good." Layman Tingyun stepped forward and patted the person who gave him advice on the shoulder, smiling with satisfaction. Then, he looked at another middle-aged man with a majestic face next to him and said, "Sect Master, prepare the best property of the sect in Zhouqing, and then follow me to Chengfeng Inn in Zhouqing to give it to Duan Lingtan." Grown-ups, after he finished speaking, he looked at the person who gave the advice. "And you can go too." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Uncle." The two heads of the Shuiyun sect responded respectfully, especially the middle-aged man with a goatee who seemed to be born with a lingering goat's beard on his face. A senior brother glanced at his envy, jealousy, and hatred. So, the head of the Shuiyun sect quickly selected the property and accompanied the layman Tingyun to the Chengfeng Inn in Zhouqing. "What? Someone wants to challenge me so soon?" Duan Lingtian did not expect that just 2 days after returning from Shuiyun sect, layman Tingyun from Shuiyun sect came to his door, accompanied by 2 other people from Shuiyun sect. "I just thought someone wanted to challenge me." "Sir, we are here to give you real estate." Layman Tingyun said with a smile, "I heard that you were staying at the inn in the past 2 days, and then I thought that you must have just appeared in Chuzhou, so I asked me the master of Shuiyun sect has prepared a property belonging to our Shuiyun sect in Zhouqing for you as a gift. My lord, you live. Sect master, please introduce me." After the words fell, the Shuiyun sect leader behind him took a step forward and bowed respectfully. "Wu Danqing, the Shuiyun sect leader, has met Lord Duan Lingtian. Lord Duan Lingtian, the property that our Shuiyun sect intends to give to you is located in." Wu Danqing introduced patiently. Shuiyun sect came to present the property with obvious good intentions, and it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess their thoughts. However, he was new here and really needed a permanent property. The most important thing is that he is not alone. He has family around him. Having a fixed property will make it easier for him to settle down in this Chuzhou city. After all, he has planned to stay here for a while to see if there are any family members or friends. Living in Chuzhou, when they hear his name, they will naturally come to him. You might think that the name Duan Lingtian is the same name. However, with the name Anti-God Sword being the first 2 words in the anti-God realm, they wouldn't think it was just a person with the same name, they could definitely be him. Chapter 4656. The property given by Shuiyun Zong is a vast mansion. Looking at the entire Chuzhou city, it is also a first-class mansion. Under the arrangement of the Shuiyun sect leader, Duan Lingtian and his family moved in smoothly. Even because he had no intention of keeping a low profile, Duan Lingtian let the Shuiyun sect arrange it, So everyone in Chuzhou City knew that the Shuiyun sect gave this mansion to the man who had just defeated the Tingyun layman not long ago. Strong casual cultivator, the reverse divine sword Duan Lingtian. For a time, the name of the inverse divine sword Duan Lingtian swept through the entire Chuzhou like a hurricane with the city as the center. We in Chuzhou also have super strong men who have reached the 7th level or above. I heard that Duan Lingtian, the anti-god sword, defeated our former strongest man in Chuzhou, the layman Tingyun of Shuiyun sect, in just one encounter. The 7th level and the 6th level are the watershed. Such a gap is normal. Before that, on the day of the housewarming when Duan Lingtian moved his family, all the big forces in Chuzhou basically sent people over, either the sect leaders, family patriarchs, gang leaders came in person, or the top leaders of the major forces. The strong man comes in person. What Duan Lingtian didn't expect was that the old guy from Shuiyun sect, also known as Jushi Tingyun, stayed shamelessly, saying that he could help Duan Lingtian with some trivial things, but in fact he just wanted to from Duan Lingshan's side, he further improved his swordsmanship. Duan Lingtian didn't drive him away, because there were indeed benefits to keeping him. He could only occasionally point out problems in the opponent's swordsmanship, but he could get the opponent to help him conscientiously, and there was also a top sect in Chuzhou behind him for him to control, which was of no harm to him. But when the layman Tingyun stayed, he suddenly became the housekeeper of the Duan mansion. After the news spread, it triggered a series of shocks. The anti-god sword Duan Lingtian not only defeated the former strongest man in Chuzhou, but also made him willing to stay by his side as a housekeeper and handle trivial matters for him. For a time, many people across Chuzhou were discussing this matter. It's simply outrageous. The dignified Shuiyun sect ancestor, a strong man who has entered the 6th level of Taoism, is willing to be a butler. In my opinion, your vision is too low and your structure is too small. That Shuiyun sect ancestor, he was also the #1 person in Chuzhou in the past. How could he be a brainless person? Now, he is willing to condescend to follow Master Duan Lingtian, which shows that he is doing this will get him the benefits he wants. I think that's the case too. Old monsters like Master Tengyun are those who don't see rabbits and don't let go of hawks. Will they do things that cause losses? Anyway, I don't believe it. As far as I know, Master Tengyun is entering the Tao with a sword, and the name of Master Duan Lingtian is the anti-sword of God, which means that he also enters the Tao with a sword. As a strong person who has entered the 7th level of the Tao, his swordsmanship must be above the 7th level. According to me, look, Master Tingyun is pretending to be a butler, but he wants Master Duan Lingtian to help him improve his swordsmanship. You still see clearly, at the same time. In a small town called Xianxia, in Chuzhou, a young, beautiful woman with an refined temperament was walking out of a restaurant with a girl wearing a light golden dress and looking like jade. After people leave the city, then we headed towards Chuzhou City. Sister Xuanai, the anti-god sword Duan Lingtian they are talking about must be brother Lingtian. The girl said to the young woman with a very firm tone. It's obvious. The young woman smiled and said, if it's just a name, it could be the same name. With the name inverse divine sword, who else could it be if he wasn't my brother? Brother is not someone who likes to be in the limelight. He is so famous in Chuzhou. I think he came here just to look for us. He wants us to go to Chuzhou City to find him as soon as we know his traces. This young woman is none other than Han Xuanai. As for the girl beside her, it is Xiao Jin. In the past, when they were still part of the divine heritage land, in the small world inside Duan Lingtian, they initially practiced with Duan Siling, Duan Yentian, Xiao He and Xiao Bai, but later they were divided into 3 teams, each in experience everywhere. She was with Xiao Jin, Duan Siling and Xiao Bai together, Duan Yentian and Xiao He together. But they didn't expect that such a big change would suddenly happen. The land of divine heritage was destroyed and the turbulent space collapsed. Then the 2 of them also wandered into Chuzhou in this divine land world. It took them a while to find the people and came to in a small city called Xianxia. They had been here for a few days and had no intention of leaving rashly. But today they heard rumors about the anti-sword sword Duan Lingtian. They knew that it was their brother Duan Lingtian, so they decided to leave immediately. City and went to Chuzhou City to reunite with his brother. Although they have not yet entered the Tao, their strength is not bad. When they were still in the land of divine relics, they received the most powerful godhead from Duan Lingtian to assist in their cultivation. In addition, there was no shortage of various training resources, and they successively stepped into the realm of the gods. Respect the realm. Along the way, although I encountered bandits, I dealt with them easily. Finally, we arrived at Chuzhou City successfully. After a little inquiring, they found out where the Duan mansion was. It was also at this time that they realized that although their brother Duan Lingtian had become famous in Chuzhou for a short time, his intimidating power in the city and even the entire Chuzhou was far greater than that of the former strongest man in Chuzhou, Tingyun Jusher. Even when they came outside Duan Mansion, they could still see some people queuing up to give gifts. The purpose of these people is to join their brother Lingtian, follow their brother Lingtian to understand the way of swordsmanship, and enter the way with the sword. 2 girls, you are also here to become a disciple? Naturally, it is impossible for layman Tingyun to be stationed at the door of Duan Mansion. The people guarding here are the more clever elders of Shuyun sect arranged by layman Tingyun at the request of the Shuyun sect leaders for ordinary Shuyun sect disciples. He felt that they were not worthy guard the door for the respected Lord Duan Lingtian. Hello, senior. Please inform Mr. Duan Lingtian that our old friends Han Xuanai and Xiao Jin are visiting. Han Xuanai said politely to the old gatekeeper who asked him. She did not directly explain the relationship between her and Duan Lingtian, fearing that the other party would mistakenly think that she was looking for an excuse to have with him, so she just visited her normally. As long as her brother Lingtian heard the report, he would naturally come to pick her up. Let's go in. Old friend. After hearing this, the Shuiyun sect elder did not dare to neglect and reported it immediately. Of course, he was not qualified to go to Duan Lingtian directly. He was looking for layman Tingyun. Uncle, 2 girls came outside, saying they are the old friends of Lord Duan Lingtian. After Master Tingyun received the notification, he immediately went to find Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian heard the names of Xuanai and Xiaojin from the mouth of Master Tingyun, his eyes suddenly lit up. He knew that his plan was beginning to show results. Xuanai and Xiaojin must have happened to be living in Chuzhou, otherwise maybe he came to your door so quickly. It's Xuanai and Xiaojin. Duan Lingshan's wife Li Fei also heard the announcement from layman Tingyun and was so excited that she ran out immediately. Duan Lingtian followed behind. When he arrived at the gate of Duan Mansion, he saw his wife Li Fei hugging 2 familiar slim figures, and a smile appeared on his face. Xuanai and Xiaojin found it. This is a good start. Chapter 46-57. Elder Brother. Elder Brother. When Han Xuanai and Xiaojin saw Duan Lingtian, they immediately left Li Fei's arms in excitement and threw themselves at Duan Lingtian. Tears of excitement fell down. In a completely unfamiliar environment, their sense of crisis increased greatly, especially since they had been protected by Duan Lingtian before. Comparing the two, they were like the difference between hell and heaven. I really didn't expect that the first ones I found were you 2 girls. Duan Lingtian also hugged the 2 girls one by one, smiled and patted their backs, and then separated them after a few words of comfort. In his eyes, the 2 girls are no different from his biological sisters. A quarter of an hour later, all the family members and friends around Duan Lingtian sat together, listening to the 2 daughters Han Xuanai talking about what happened after they ended up living here. Before coming to Chuzhou City, they also had a certain understanding of the world. Of course, Duan Lingtian doesn't know many things as well as he does. They didn't know the legend of the creation life chart. When they heard Duan Lingtian mention this, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that the world they used to live in, and the place outside the world, might actually be the creation of the world. An independent world opened up in the natal chart. No wonder the existence of laws cannot be sensed here. Xuanai suddenly realized, and the little face carved with gold powder and jade was also full of surprise. In any case, the arrival of Xuanai and Xiaojin gave everyone a boost in the arms. As time goes by, family members and friends will definitely come to seek refuge. Perhaps, there are other people from the God-defying realm who know Duan Lingtian coming. And this is indeed the case. Half a month later, another person came to Duan Mansion in Chuzhou City and approached Duan Lingtian. The person who came was actually Zhao Ani from the Qingyun holy sect in the land outside the boundary. When Duan Lingtian met him for the first time, he was the strongest member of the Qingyun holy sect, a saint with considerable strength, the strongest 6th level. The presence. Later, he also stepped into the 7th level of the strongest. Here, he also has the ability to enter the 7th level. It seems you didn't enter the Tower of Babel. Seeing Zhao Ani again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh. When his master Feng Qingyang followed his wife to the outside world, he asked his master to say hello to Zhao Ani and remind him not to enter Tongtian again. Tower. At that time, his thought was that he should be reminded that as for Zhao Enya's choice, it was entirely up to him. Now it seems that Zhao Ani has listened. Speaking of which, thanks to Brother Lingtian for your reminder. Zhao Ani cupped his hands in front of Duan Lingtian and said, "That day, Brother Feng also specifically mentioned in his message that you asked him to call Mr. Meng of Bibo Tianfu to inform me. Actually, at that time I didn't quite believe that there would be problems with the Tower of Babel. It's just that I feel that you won't do it without aim. So, I just refrained from entering the Tower of Babel again. But I didn't expect that something would really happen to the Tower of Babel. Before the land outside the boundary was destroyed, the turbulent space receded, and the law of elements disappeared. Zhao Ani also witnessed the collapse of the Tower of Babel and heard the horrific screams coming from inside. It was horrifying and unforgettable. After some exchanges between the two, Duan Lingkai found out that Zhao Ani had also heard about the legend of the creation life plan, and concluded that the worlds and places outside the world were most likely to be the world created by the creation life plan. That Yueyuo is the master of the creation chart. That Yueyuo is the master of the creation chart. However, he was caught, but I don't know if he was killed. In fact, I was not living in Chuzhou at first, but in another state next to Chuzhou. I came to Chuzhou because I wanted to get some information. When I realized that my strength was comparable to the 7th level strongman here, and that the strongest person in Chuzhou was only the 6th level, I also tried to defeat him, replace him, become famous everywhere, and then gather together my thoughts as a survivor of the Qingyun holy sect. Unexpectedly, I received news within a few days that Shuiyun sect Tinyun layman was defeated by a reclusive strong man named Duan Lingtian, and he was willing to become his follower, riding in front and behind. After I learned about the name of the anti-god sword that you promoted to the outside world, I guessed that it was you, so I came to look for you. It was rare for old friends to reunite, so Zhao Ani stayed with Duan Lingtian for a few days before leaving. There is Duan Lingshan's Duan Mansion in Chuzhou, and people who want to come to their Qingyun holy sect may also come here. Therefore, he planned to go to another state to make a name for himself, become a well-known figure there, and become the second Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian made an agreement with him to send someone to inform him after he has established a foothold. If someone from the Qingyun holy sect comes to Duan's house, Duan Lingtian will send someone to take him to Zhao Ani, and Zhao Ani will also help arrange for Duan Lingtian. Family and friends. Mutual benefit and mutual assistance. The two of them already had a friendship, and since they were in a foreign land, it was natural for them to work together. So, as time went by, many old friends came to Chuzhou City Duan Mansion one after another. They were either people from the Nishan realm, or people from Bibo Tianfu, Qingyun sacred sect, or the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty. Duan Lingtian placed them one by one. Soon, news came from Zhao Ani. Zhao Ani defeated the most powerful person in Yunzhou and became the new #1 person in Yunzhou. He also named himself Old Man Qingyun, and also had a mansion of his own in Yunzhou, named Qingyun Mansion. After Duan Lingtian received the news, he sent someone to send several disciples of Qingyun holy sect over. Not long after sending the person away, Zhao Ani also sent someone over. The third master of the Xia family, Xianxia, was sent over. Third uncle. Both Duan Lingtian and Kier were very happy to see Xianxia again. Compared to Xia Yu, the head of the Xia family, the two of them are closer to Xianxia. Later, several more powerful people from the god realm came to the Duan Mansion. For them, in this strange world, it was much better for them to take refuge with Duan Lingtian, an 8th-level powerhouse like them, than to live by themselves. Master Duan Lingtian is actually a powerful person on the 8th level? At the same time, Master Tingyun also learned from a powerful person in the Nishan realm that Duan Lingtian had mastered the 8th-level swordsmanship and was a genuine 8th-level expert. It could be said that he was severely frightened. Before that, he had always regarded Duan Lingtian as a being on the 7th level of the Tao. But he didn't expect that he was a powerful person who had entered the 8th level. It didn't take long. Another unexpected person came to Duan Mansion in Chuzhou City. Duan Lingtian has actually never seen this person before. However, there is a lot of connection with him. This is a young girl who looks quirky. When she saw Duan Lingen, she smiled and said, "I didn't expect that I found you first before I found Chimei and the others. Senior nephew Duan Lingen, I have long admired your name." Chapter 4658. This is a girl who looks to be about 13 or 14 years old. She has 2 braids on her head and pretty cheeks carved with pink and jade. I felt pity for her when I saw her. Although Duan Lingtian has never met her, he has heard of her more than once. The second city lord of the 13 cities in the Western Jin dynasty was Yu Shao. She is also the second sister of his junior wife, Xue Qingzhu. Uncle Yu. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. He couldn't help it, he was really lower in seniority than the other party. After all, the other party's 7th sister was his junior wife. Good. Yu Shao laughed and looked very optimistic, not at all pessimistic about the old friends who Duan Lingtian had come into contact with before and came to this strange world. The two chatted for a while, and Duan Lingtian was the first to ask, "Uncle Yu, do you plan to go out and make a name for yourself and gather people from the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty?" Now, they are probably scattered all over the world. While communicating with Yu Shao, he also learned that Yu Shao also knew the existence of the creation life plan, and also guessed that the place outside the world where she was previously was a world created by the creation life plan. "I'm lazy." Yu Shao yawned and shook his head. "Leave this kind of matter to your elder brother. From today on, I will stay at your house and wait for Chimei and Chishi brother-in-law to come to you." Seeing Yu Shao's lazy look, Duan Lingtian was speechless for a while. He had long heard the master's wife talk about this person's glorious deeds and knew his character, but when he came into contact with him seriously, he still couldn't help but feel deeply moved. How did such a lazy person reach the 6th level of the strongest and become a saint before the Tower of Babel appeared? Later, after the Tongtian Tower appeared, the other party became the second most powerful 7th-level powerhouse in the 13 cities of the Western Jin dynasty after Xue Qingzhu. Although the laws of the divine earth world have disappeared, the opponent's strength is still comparable to the 7th level of the Tao in this world. "Uncle Yu, I heard Zhao Ani from Qingyun Holy Sect say before that not only could he not sense the existence of the power of law in the world of gods and earth, but the power of bloodline has also disappeared. Is the power of your bloodline still there?" Duan Lingtian thought about this and couldn't help but ask. Yu Shao nodded. "My bloodline power has also disappeared. If I guessed correctly, the so-called bloodline power of the Aboriginal people in our outside world also appeared based on the power of law. It's just not like the law clone of you people from all realms, which directly targets the law. In the past, the powerful people from all realms did not have the power of blood as a basis. That was the method of the indigenous people in the outside world. The avatars of the laws possessed by powerful men in all realms cannot be condensed by the natives of the lands outside the realm. It can be said that each has its own advantages. Unexpectedly, all realms and the land outside the realm were destroyed, and all living beings fled to the world of gods. All these methods were lost in the dust of history. Duan Lingtian knew that after the world was shattered, it was almost impossible to go back. Unless we get the creation chart to see if we can repair the ruined world, then there may be a glimmer of hope. However, that must be a very difficult thing. However, he still wanted to try it if given the chance. After all, that is his hometown, and it means a lot to him, and even to people like him who live in the world of the gods. "Uncle Yu, since you don't plan to go out and make trouble, Otherwise, will this part of my house be left to you? I'll just go out and try my best to become more famous. I can also get along with Master Nyang and the others faster. Reunion. Once I'm reunited with Master Nyang and the others, tell them you're here and they can come directly to you. Duan Lingtian said. As you sit here, you only need to protect my family and give them a safe cultivation environment. Yu Xiaonai is a being on the 7th level of Taoism. It couldn't be easier to save his Duan mansion and his family in Chuzhou. He didn't plan to take too many people with him when he left this time. At most, Huaner and Kier should be brought with them. Both girls have already entered the Tao. As for the other people who have never entered the Tao, it is better to let them stay here to practice. He can rest assured that Yu Xiao will protect him. That's no problem. Yu Xiao nodded. It's much better for you to go out and try it than for me. With my strength, the fame I can achieve is limited. You are different. With your strength, although it's only the 8th level of the Tao, but the general Tao on the 9th floor, I'm afraid it's hard for anyone to be your opponent. As Shui King's second sister, she had long known Duan Lingshan's industry from Shui King's mouth. She knew that Duan Lingtian not only understood the way of swordsmanship to the 8th level, but also had extremely high attainments in the way of control and the way of infinity. Now, she guessed that she might have entered the 7th level. Then it's settled. After getting Yu Xiao's consent, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief so that he could leave with peace of mind. After saying hello to Yu Xiao and leaving, Duan Lingtian gathered his family together and told his plan at the same time. He is planning to leave Chuzhou and go to a place where there are more powerful people to further build his fame so that his old friends, relatives and friends who are still living abroad can reunite. Naturally, all the wives wanted to go, but Duan Lingtian only asked Huaner and Kier to accompany them. The reason was that they had already entered the Tao, and the others had not, so it was better to practice hard. When Li Fei and Feng Tianwu heard this, determination flashed in their eyes, and they were determined to sprint into the Tao. Duan Ruffing and Li Rou didn't feel much at all. They stayed in Chuzhou City for a while and felt that it was a good place and suitable for retirement. Han Xuanai and Xiao Jin were also a little disappointed that they could not go out with Duan Lingtian. They were also full of yearning for strength and decided to concentrate on training in the next time and enter the Tao as soon as possible. After explaining to his family, Duan Lingtian found a special time to introduce Yu Xiao to them. After knowing that Yu Xiao was Shui King's second sister, everyone was very enthusiastic. Uncle Yu, I will leave my family to you. A few days later, Duan Lingtian said hello to Yu Xiao, took Huaner and Kier, and left together under the watchful eyes of Yu Xiao and others. The procession that sent Duan Lingtian away was huge, not only Yu Xiao and Duan Lingshan's family members, but also some old friends from the past were there. Even the layman Ting Yun of the Shuiyun sect was also there. Although he was a little disappointed with Duan Lingshan's departure, he was still inexplicably excited when he thought that Duan Lingtian had left him with some knowledge of swordsmanship before leaving. All your efforts over this period of time have finally paid off. Next, during the time when Lord Duan Lingtian is away, he must express himself better. As long as he wins Lord Duan Lingshan's favor, why can't he make further progress in swordsmanship? Brother Tian, let's leave Chuzhou. Where will we go next? Before leaving Chuzhou, Kier asked curiously. Until now, Duan Lingtian has not told Kier and Huaner the destination of their trip. Go to Jiangzhou, which is also the core area of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, and the capital of Divine Kingdom is there. Duan Lingtian said. Chapter 4659. To this day, Duan Lingshan's understanding of the world of divine soil is limited to Jianglan Divine Kingdom and the surrounding area. Chuzhou is just a relatively remote state in Jianglan Shen's country. If Duan Lingtian hadn't been born, there would have been no existence above the 7th level of the Tao in Chuzhou for many years. There are more than one person who has entered the 7th level of the Tao in some of the cities and towns within the Jianglan Divine Kingdom that are close to Jiangzhou, where the capital of the Divine Kingdom is located. In the core state of Jiangzhou, although there are not countless existences above the 7th level of Tao, there are still quite a few. If we don't talk about anything else, in the capital of the Kingdom of God, all the forces that can be named are among them. There is an entrance on the 7th floor, the strong ones above. Rumor has it that Jianglan, the patron saint of the Kingdom of God and the great enshrinement of the royal family of the Kingdom of God, is a super strong man who has entered the 9th level of the Tao. As the capital of the Kingdom of God, it is naturally very prosperous. It is much stronger than Chuzhou City. However, for Duan Lingtian and his party, they did not feel much, because in the world they were in the past, in the land outside the boundary, there were many cities that were as prosperous as the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, and they had also been there, so I don't think it's that strange. Here, Huana, let's find an inn to stay first, and then I'll go out to do some errands. Duan Lingtian said to his wife beside him. The two girls also nodded sensibly, knowing that with their current strength, they can barely protect themselves. That's good. I can't help my husband. It's better to stay in the inn and practice hard. Strive to go further. There is basically no shortage of training resources, and my husband's personal guidance on Kendo means the road ahead is smooth. After arranging his wife, Duan Lingtian walked out of the inn, asked for directions, and finally went to a vast mansion in the capital. He said to several servants guarding the door, I am Duan Lingtian from Duan Mansion in Chuzhou, and I am here to come to your Hong Mansion. A strong one Hong Dongchuan is participating in the discussion, please let me know. Hong Dongchuan is a well-known strong man in the Jianglan Divine Kingdom. He is a person on the 8th level of the Tao. He is also a big figure in the capital of the Divine Kingdom. In addition, the Hong family is still a relative of the emperor, so Hong Dongchuan is within the scope of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Status extremely high, respected by thousands of people. The mansion in front of me has a plaque with the word, Hong Mansion, hanging on the door. This is where the Hong family's mansion is located. When several domestic slaves heard Duan Lingshan's words, their pupils shrank slightly. They didn't look like they were joking, and most people didn't dare to make such a joke. After all, this kind of joke can kill people. Therefore, they did not dare to neglect, and a servant immediately turned around and returned to the Hong Mansion, and hurriedly went to find the person in charge of their Hong Mansion, the current head of the Hong family, Hong Wuxi. After hearing the report from the slave, Hong Wuxi's pupils shrank slightly. Chuzhou? Duan Lingtian? It seems to be the anti-god sword Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingshan's current fame is not enough to spread throughout the entire Jianglan Divine Kingdom, Hong Wuxi, as the person in charge of the Hong Mansion and the current head of the Hong family, has a lot of respect for God. There are many new strong men in various states in the country who know a lot about each other. Naturally, I have heard about the newly rising Duan Lingtian. In addition, in another state of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, another strong man who entered the 7th level of Taoism has emerged, named Zhao Ani, who calls himself Old Man Qingyun. Duan Lingtian, the anti-god sword, Qingyun Old Man Zhao Ani. I heard that these two people have some contact. They all seem to appear out of thin air. Some time ago, I heard that the training place of the new master of Chuangshi Lifepan was found. Many powerful Hadao men took action, seriously injuring him and severely damaging Chuangshi Lifepan. It almost destroyed the world created in the creation chart, causing all the creatures in it to flow out. All parties in the world of Luoshentu. Are these two people from that place? As the person in charge of the Hong Mansion, Hong Wuxi knew far more than ordinary people. However, Duan Lingtian, the anti-god sword, dares to come to our Hong Mansion and threatens to challenge the ancestor. I am afraid that it is not the 7th level of the Taoist mentioned in the rumors. I am afraid that it has already entered the 8th level of the Taoist. Thinking of this, Hong Wu couldn't help but feel a bit of fear in his eyes, and then he took his servants to the gate of Hong Mansion in person. Your Excellency, you must be the new strongest person in Chuzhou recently, Master Duan Lingtian of the anti-sword sword, right? Although Hong Wuxi is the head of the Hong family, he himself is only on the 6th level of Taoism. He does not dare to neglect or make excuses in front of this young man in purple who looks very young. I am Hong Wuxi, the person in charge of Hong Mansion. I heard that you came to Hong Mansion to challenge our Hong Mansion ancestors? Hong Wu's words were quite polite. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm going to test the depth of the 8th level Taoist from your Hong mansion. If I can beat him, I also hope that you, Hongwu, can pull the strings so that I can have a chance to challenge the 9th level Taoist from the Imperial compound. Hearing this, Hongwu's heart was filled with turmoil. What's the situation? This Duan Lingtian also wants to challenge the 9th level member of their royal family of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, the being who is known as the guardian of Jianglan Divine Kingdom? Does he really have that strength? Or did he drift away after becoming the number 1 person in Chuzhou? Lord Duan Lingtan, I will take you to see the ancestor. As for whether the ancestor is willing to spar with you, I dare not make the decision for him. Hong Wuji secretly took a deep breath, calmed down the restlessness in his heart, and said politely to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he also had a lot of thoughts in his mind. It is said that the new owner of the creation life chart cannot completely control the creation life chart like the old owner of the creation life chart. Once the life that opened up the world in it has the strength to reach the 7th level of entry or above, it will be difficult for him to cover it up. Creation chart their traces will be discovered and even hunted down. After all, he stole and reorganized the creation chart in order to imitate the old owner of the creation chart and wanted to follow the forbidden life sacrifice method. Under such circumstances, he actually allowed the beings inside to appear as beings above the 7th level of the Tao? Isn't this seeking death? No wonder he was discovered and almost killed. Good. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then followed Hong Wuji into the Hong mansion. Soon, in a quiet courtyard deep in the Hong mansion, he met the ancestor of the Hong mansion, the 8th level Taoist who was famous in Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Prison Knife Hong Dongchuan. As his name suggests, what he is good at is the sword way among all the ways. Although Hong Dongchuan is the ancestor of the Hong mansion, he is actually a handsome young man. He looks to be about the same age as Duan Lingtian. After learning Duan Lingshan's identity and purpose, his eyes could not help but reveal something. Share fighting spirit. Chuzhou Nishenjian, I have heard of you. Some time ago, an old friend of mine told me that there is a new strong man in Chuzhou with a name that is quite similar to mine. The anti-god sword, the prison suppressing sword, are indeed somewhat similar. Since you dare to challenge me, you must have entered the 8th level of the Tao, right? Chapter 4660. Hong Dongchuan is a cheerful person. After learning Duan Lingshan's intention, he agreed to his challenge. He even intended to build momentum for Duan Lingtian, and made an agreement with Duan Lingtian to fight on the highest peak Qingtian Peak near the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom in half a year. At the same time, the Hong mansion will spread the news widely from now on. Like Hong Wuji, he also guessed Duan Lingshan's identity and also guessed Duan Lingshan's purpose of eagerness to become famous, which was nothing more than to reunite his family and friends who were scattered across the divine land. Brother Lingtian, you should come from the world created by the creation life plan, right? Hong Dongchuan got straight to the point and made the point straight away. Hearing Hong Dongquan's words, Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, the other party guessed his origin. He quickly asked the other party how he guessed his origin. He had no intention of hiding his origins. That's not necessary. The owner of the creation life chart will be targeted by the powerful people in the world of gods and earth because he uses the new world opened up by the creation life chart to practice the forbidden life sacrifice method and exchange the spiritual life of all living things for the improvement of his own strength. Therefore, he provokes the world. Angry people blame. It can be seen from this that the powerful people in the world of gods and earth still prefer justice. Even if it is just superficial justice, it is still considered justice. If Jianglan Divine Kingdom only produced you, the anti-god sword, I wouldn't guess that you are from there. However, another old man Qingyun appeared later, and I had to connect you too. In the 2 states where the strongest people were originally the 6th level, 2 existences above the 7th level have appeared one after another. It makes people curious about your origins. It's like you appeared out of thin air. It's true that there are powerful people in the hidden world in the world of gods and earth, but basically it will take a long time for one to appear, or they won't be born at all. But you guys appear one after another, which makes people think deeply. Now, I am not the only one who guesses like this. Even the existences above the 7th level of Jianglan Divine Kingdom also guess like this. In fact, some people have long wanted to meet and communicate with you. If you don't come to the capital, I'm afraid it won't be long before someone goes to Duan Mansion in Chuzhou Prefecture to visit you. After hearing Hong Dongquan's words, Duan Lingtian realized that he was already the #1 figure in Jianglan Divine Kingdom and had entered the vision of the top powerhouses in Jianglan Divine Kingdom. At this time, Duan Lingtian also understood why Hong Dongquan had decided to announce the match 3 months later. This is intentional to help him. Just now, he thought that Hong Dongquan wanted to defeat him openly in front of more people, so as to satisfy his vanity. Now it seems that after some exchanges, he can also feel the kindness from the other party. It is obvious that he thought of the other party too badly. Thank you, Brother Hong. Duan Lingtian thanked him repeatedly, because he knew that as the news spreads in the Hong Mansion, I am afraid that the entire Jianglan Divine Kingdom will spread about the showdown between the two of them half a year later. The strong men from Lanshan Kingdom will definitely be their field. Even outside Jianglan Divine Kingdom, there will definitely be people coming to watch the battle. Brother Lingtian is welcome. Hong Dongquan smiled slightly. You have just arrived, so you probably don't have a place to live in the capital, right? I'll ask Wu Ji to arrange a mansion for you and your wife to live in. Just now, during the communication with Duan Lingtian, he also learned that Duan Lingtian did not come alone. He also brought 2 ladies with him. Thank you, Brother Hong. In this way, Duan Lingtian, Kier, and Huaner also found a place to stay in the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Hong Wuji arranged a place for Duan Lingtian. After returning to Hong Mansion, he approached Hong Dongquan and asked, Ancestor, are you too kind to Duan Lingtian? He could tell that this ancestor had a love for money. You should know that I was born with sharp senses, especially after I entered Taoism. I am even more different from ordinary people. Hong Dongquan was sitting at the table drinking tea. After taking a sip of tea, his eyes flickered. Duan Lingyan, in addition to his understanding of swordsmanship, the realm is not weaker than my sword art. He should have also comprehended at least one kind of 10,000 ways above the 7th level. You should know what this means. As soon as Hong Dongquan said these words, Hong Wuji couldn't help but take a breath of air. How is this possible? It is extremely difficult to comprehend a Tao and advance to the 7th level. The second way is more difficult. For example, the ancestor of their Hong Mansion is not only good at swordsmanship, he is also good at several other ways. However, among those several ways, the strongest ones only reach the 6th level. It is difficult to cross the threshold of the 7th level because he will be mastered. The Tao Dao of swords is rejected. Under the pressure of 8 levels of swordsmanship, trying to promote the other ways to the 7th level is difficult to achieve. In the current Jianglan Divine Kingdom, as far as he knows, there are only a few people who have promoted the second path to the 7th level. This has also established the status of those 2 as the strongest, making them stand in the Jianglan Divine Kingdom. The pinnacle is called invincible. One of them is said to have transcended the path of enlightenment and stepped onto the path of harmony. Looking at the entire world of gods and earth, there are only a few dozen powerful Hadao people. It is said that if you want to merge with the Tao, the first threshold is to comprehend the 2 Tao to the 7th level or above. The second threshold is to comprehend the 2 Tao to the 9th level or above. Fusion of the 2 Tao will open up your own path. A brand new way, and the combination is successful, is the 3rd threshold. Only when all 3 thresholds are passed can one achieve harmony. The difficulty of harmony has existed throughout ancient and modern times. Only when you have passed the 1st threshold can you be considered qualified to be a Taoist. Being friends with such a person will bring no harm to me or the Hong Mansion. After hearing Hong Dongquan's words, Hong Wuji knew that what the ancestor just said was 90% correct. The ancestor is a cautious and arrogant person. If the other party was not really good, he would not be able to create such momentum and be willing to become a stepping stone for others. When the 2 of them were communicating in Hong Mansion, on Duan Lingshan's side, Kier and Huano were also quite surprised after hearing Duan Lingshan's experience in Hong Mansion. Then Senior Hong Dongchuan from Hong Mansion is so easy to talk to, and he also takes the initiative to help Brother Tian to build momentum and make Brother Tian famous? Kier felt that the other party was too kind to her husband, which was simply unreasonable. In fact, Duan Ling Tian is still a little confused about this. Logically speaking, the other party should not be so careful about him. This seems to be a deliberate investment in him, just because he may be able to defeat him and advance. Want to become famous? However, there are a few people who are willing to become stepping stones for others. Duan Ling Tian was really confused by Hong Dongquan's help from the Hong Mansion, and he couldn't figure out why the other party was so kind to him. He couldn't refuse this kind offer. Chapter 4661. The Hong Mansion of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom intentionally spread the news. The news that the strongest man in Chuzhou, Duan Ling Tian, came to the capital to challenge Hong Dongchuan, the powerful man of the Hong Mansion, quickly spread throughout the Jianglan Divine Kingdom and even the surrounding areas. Come on. Hong Dongchuan, I do know that he is a strong man who has been famous for many years in our Jianglan Divine Kingdom. He is also a strong man who has entered the 8th level. In terms of strength, in Jianglan Divine Kingdom, not to mention the top 3, he is definitely in the top 5. Something. But that part of Ling God, who is it? Isn't the most powerful person in Chuzhou the Master Tingyun of Shuyun sect, the top sect in Chuzhou? Somewhere in Jianglan Divine Kingdom, someone asked such a question. You just came out of seclusion, so it's not surprising that you don't know. Someone immediately helped the former to clarify his doubts. Speaking of Duan Ling Tian, he is a new strong man in Chuzhou. It is said that he originally practiced in seclusion, and after he came out of seclusion, he went to Shuiyun Zong, challenged Layman Tingyun and defeated him easily, because Duan Ling Tian was good at it. Is the way of swordsmanship that makes Layman Tingyun willing to follow him around, riding in front of and behind him. There are even rumors that this anti-divine sword Duan Ling Tian may not be as simple as a 7th-level powerhouse. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. If he doesn't have the strength to enter the 8th level, why should he fight with Senior Hong Dongchuan? After hearing this, the former suddenly realized, no wonder I said I haven't heard of Duan Ling. It turns out that he is a new strong man in Chuzhou. His name is Reverse Divine Sword? That goes hand in hand with Hong Dongquan's name, Prison Suppressing Sword. I don't know who will be better then. The news came out a month ago, and their duel will be in 5 months. Then I will go over and see it with my own eyes. Half a year later, the anti-divine sword Duan Ling Tian and the prison-suppressing sword Hong Dongchuan will fight on Qingtian Peak near the capital, attracting the attention of not only the people of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, but also people outside Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Be attracted. In the world of Divine Land, there is only one Divine Kingdom, which is Jianglan Divine Kingdom. However, the area occupied by Jianglan Divine Kingdom is less than 1% of the Divine Land world. In addition to Jianglan Divine Kingdom, there are many vast mountains, rivers, and seas in the rest of the Divine Earth world, many of which are very. It is a dangerous place that only powerful monks dare not set foot in. Jianglan Divine Kingdom is not the richest place in the Divine Land world, and is barely at the middle level. The human gathering places in the Divine Land world are not only the Divine Kingdom, but also divine realms, temples, etc. To the north of the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, there is a dangerous place called the Endless Sword Domain, which is said to be a long-lasting place. Previously, 2 strong swordsmen who had entered the extremely high level of the Hadao realm were engaged in a life-and-death fight. They continued to fight for several months, creating a dangerous place. It is also a place that swordsmen love and hate. I love it because entering the Endless Sword realm gives you the opportunity to further improve your swordsmanship. I hate it because there are so many dangers inside, and if you are not careful, you may lose your life in it. Finally, a breakthrough. Otherwise, it will be really embarrassing. Within the Endless Sword domain, a green figure burst out with light, and then shrank sharply. He rose into the sky, bathed in the rain of swords, without fear, and his body suddenly felt strong. A bright sword light rises, and it will fall like a ravage. The sword rain was annihilated, and he flew away from the endless sword domain in a blink of an eye. After coming out, he paused, revealing a tall and straight figure and a tough and handsome face. Breathing a sigh of relief, he, Feng Su Yufeng, spent half a day arriving at a nearby city. It was also the first city he settled in after coming to this world of gods and earth. In this city, he got the answer to why he was here. At the same time, I also know why there is no power of law here. Just like in the past, Feng Qingyang was eating in a restaurant when he suddenly heard two monks whispering to each other. The sound was not loud, but he could still hear it clearly. In Jianglan Divine Kingdom in the south, two 8th-level monks have agreed to face off at Qingtian Peak near the Divine Kingdom in 3 months. Prison-suppressing knife, Hong Dongchuan? After he came here, he had heard about Hong Dongchuan and knew that he was a well-known strong man from Jianglan Divine Kingdom. He was good at swordsmanship and had amazing strength. He was a person who had reached the 8th level of Taoism. Reverse Divine Sword, Duan Lingtian? When he heard the name of Hong Dongquan's opponent, he was stunned again. Then, his face was filled with joy. Xiao Tian. Even if just the name Duan Lingtian is associated with the cultivation realm of the 8th level, he will immediately think of his disciple Duan Lingtian, let alone Duan Lingtian in other people's mouth, and Ni Excalibur this a name. Isn't the name of the Nishan sword taken from the Nishan realm? I didn't expect to hear about him so soon. Jianglan Divine Kingdom. Feng Qingyang stood up and prepared to say hello to the other 2 aboriginal friends from the Divine Land world whom he met in the city, and then left here to go to the Jianglan Divine Kingdom in the south to reunite with his disciple Duan Lingtian. After the battle between Xiao Tian and Hong Dongchuan is over, we can make an appointment with him to go deep into the endless sword realm. There are some places that I dare not enter easily by myself. With him, we can explore more deeply. Feng Qingyang secretly said. The 2 people Feng Qingyang recognized in the city were both sword cultivators, but they were both sword cultivators who had only entered the 6th level of the Dao. There was a gap between him and him who had entered the 7th level before today, let alone those who had just broken through and been promoted to the Dao today. 8 floors his. This world of gods and earth is too wonderful. Once one reaches the 8th level of swordsmanship, one's cultivation will naturally follow suit and he will break through to the 8th level of the Tao. Unlike the world where his disciple Duan Lingtian was in the past, after entering the 8th level of swordsmanship, you still need to accumulate to a certain level before you can go one step further and step into the 8th level of the most powerful. You too, I have something to do and I have to leave here temporarily. We will meet again when we have the opportunity in the future. Feng Qingyang said hello to his 2 friends, but did not tell them what he was going to do. Even if they were friends, he did not feel that he could completely trust them. Even the fact that he most likely came from the new world opened up by the creation chart has never been mentioned to anyone. The wind blew gently out of the city and headed south. Soon, he entered the Jianglan Divine Kingdom. After entering Jiangzhou and arriving at the capital of the Kingdom of God, he was not in a hurry to inquire about the whereabouts of his disciple Duan Lingtian. Instead, he found an inn and stayed there, preparing to wait for his disciple Duan Lingtian to finish fighting Hong Dongchuan before meeting him again. Gather. Take your time. I don't know if Qingzhou is in Jianglan Divine Kingdom or even in the surrounding areas. If you are here, I will come here when I hear the news that Xiao Tian is going to fight someone. When the Nirvana heaven was shattered, he and his Taoist companion Xue Qingzhou were so shocked by the changes before them that they temporarily ignored it. They fell in love with each other, and finally separated and wandered to the world of gods and earth. They did not appear in the same place, and they have not found each other yet. Chapter 4662. Before and after Feng Qingyang came to the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, many gods and powerful people who had survived from the Nishi realm came here, but they did not worry too much and went directly to Duan Lingtian. Coming to this world that is completely unfamiliar to them, they have no sense of security at all. Even the most powerful people here are masters of Taoism, but ordinary Taoism is really nothing within the scope of Jianglan Divine Kingdom. In Jianglan Divine Kingdom, one must at least reach the 4th level of entry to be considered a strong person. Only those who have entered the 6th level or above can dominate some states. For these visitors, Duan Lingtian also told them about his arrangements at Duan Mansion in Chuzhou City, telling them that they could go there. As for the capital, he had not made arrangements yet. After hearing this, a group of gods began to leave the capital together, preparing to leave Jiangzhou and go to Chuzhou. There are also people who have entered the 7th level of the Dao and are sheltered there, and they are also fellow villagers. They all want to go there early and seek shelter. In their opinion, this way they can better survive in this new world. Lord Duan Lingnan, do we have a chance to go back? Some people also asked Duan Lingtian this way, but Duan Lingtian didn't give them hope. He shook his head and said bluntly, there is a high probability that he will not be able to go back. The fact is that if you can get the creation chart, you might not be able to go back. Of course, that's all for the future. At least, he is still some distance away from where he is now. He asked Hong Dongchuan about the new owner of the creation life chart, Yula, and learned that Yula himself was a powerful Hadao man. He reorganized the creation life chart in order to unite the world. 2 roads, once they are combined successfully, his strength will be further enhanced. Not to mention dominating the world of gods and earth, at least he has no more enemies to defeat. Hadao is extremely difficult. It is difficult to achieve one kind of Tao, let alone a second Tao. Because only the unique Tao can be combined. The Tao of forbidden life sacrifices can only be practiced by the owner of the creation chart, so only the owner of the creation chart can follow this way. According to Hong Mansion's most powerful man, the prison-suppressing sword Hong Dongchuan, in the entire Divine Land world, there are only 2 people who have successfully combined the 2 ways. As for whether there are people who have combined the 2 ways secretly, no one knows, but even if there is, there are only 1 or 2 people standing in the sky. Once the owner of the creation chart successfully joins the path of life sacrifice, no one in the world of gods and earth will be able to check and balance him and prevent him from continuing on the path of life sacrifice. In the world of gods and earth, there is another reason why it is difficult to merge with the Tao. That is, monks in the world of gods and earth also have a lifespan limit. They cannot live forever, they can only live forever. Only in the new world opened up by the creation life chart can the rules of eternal life be created through the power of laws, but only the new lives born in it can enjoy those rules. In the Divine Land world, there is no natural disaster, but there is a lifespan limit. Duan Lingtian asked Hong Dongchuan if people who came out of the creation world and entered the world of gods and earth had already reached the end of their lifespan, would anything bad happen to them? Hong Dongchuan bluntly said that such people would not survive more than 3 days in the world of gods and earth. Because they have left the eternal rules of the creation chart world, they will no longer be protected by the eternal rules. At that time, Duan Lingtian also realized, in all realms, and even in places outside the realm, it is estimated that there will be many extremely powerful people and ordinary cultivators who will die because their lifespan has reached the end after coming to the world of the gods. Of course, Duan Lingtian, his family and friends don't need to think about this issue now. Because they are still very young now. Even if you don't become a Taoist, there is no problem in living for tens of thousands of years. After entering the Tao, even if you only enter the first level of the Tao, you can live for more than 100,000 years. A group of deities left and headed to Duanfu in Chuzhou City. But the remaining strongest men were not in a hurry to leave. They were all waiting for the shocking showdown between Duan Lingtian and Hong Dongchuan, a strong man from the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, not long after. They all watched the battle with their own eyes, and maybe they could see from it. Out some doorway, understand something. As for those gods, the reason why they did not stay was because they knew that with their own strength, even if they arrived at the scene, they would not be able to clearly see the movements of Duan Lingtian and Hong Dongchuan. Instead of wasting time here, it would be better to go to Chuzhou and settle down as soon as possible to practice in seclusion and improve your strength. Coming to the world of the gods, although there is no calamity to deal with once in 1,000 years, there is a lifespan limit. They don't want to die of old age, so there is only one way, which is to continue to become stronger, have a longer lifespan, and live well. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left before the duel between Duan Lingtian and Hong Dongchuan. At this time, the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom became completely lively, because basically everyone who is supposed to come has arrived. At least 99% of those who wanted to watch the battle between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian 3 days later came to the capital, and the rest were basically people from nearby areas who planned to rush directly to Qingtian Peak to watch the battle that day. Lord Duan Lingtong. Duan Lingtong received an uninvited guest, which surprised him. Are you here too? The person who came was none other than layman Tingyun from Shuyun sect in Chuzhou. My lord, I will naturally be there to observe your battle with Senior Hong Dongchuan. My swordsmanship is just about to reach the threshold. I have an intuition that your battle with Senior Hong Dongchuan may help me cross the threshold. Just enter the 7th floor. When layman Tingyun talked about it, he looked excited and looked like he believed in his intuition. Then I'll congratulate you in advance. Duan Lingtian smiled. He still has a good impression of the layman Tingyun. Although he helped the other party a lot, the other party also saved him a lot of worry. It is said that his situation in Chuzhou City was basically controlled by layman Tingyun in the early stage, until he later took refuge in him. There are more and more fellows, and then Master Tingyun was able to get out. Master Tingyun did not stay long. He said hello to Duan Lingtian and then left, letting Duan Lingtian prepare for the battle 3 days later. Sir, I have confidence in you. My intuition tells me that you will win this battle. These were the last words Master Tingyun said before leaving, and Duan Lingtian couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This guy's intuition is quite accurate. After Master Tingyun left, he continued to meditate in the courtyard of the mansion, sitting by the pool, and continued to study the way of swordsmanship. I don't know when the way of swordsmanship can take a step further and step into the 9th level. Although the memory of old man Wukong that I inherited has the 9th level of swordsmanship, it is not easy to completely integrate it with mine. During the retreat, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of decisive battle has arrived. Chapter 4663. A group of people gathered early in the morning around Qingtian Peak near Jianglan Divine Kingdom, and as time went by, there were more and more people. It's the old master of Feihe sect in Hangzhou, Old Man Songhe. As several people came from afar, the old man at the head attracted the attention of many people, and these people recognized him. The old man is wearing a loose robe with pine and crane embroidered on it. His face is old, but his eyes are shining. He looks very energetic, and his temperament and appearance form a contradictory combination. Even people who don't know him are confused. You will be attracted to him involuntarily. He is the most powerful man in Hangzhou, Old Man Songhe, who has entered the 7th level of the Tao. One person exclaimed. This was the first time he saw Old Man Songhe, but it did not affect that he had heard of him before, because Old Man Songhe has been famous in Jianglan Divine Kingdom for a long time. He once attained the 5th level of Taoism and was defeated by 3 monks from the same realm. The whole body retreated from below. That battle was also the battle where Old Man Songhe became famous. Later, whether Old Songhe was promoted to the 6th or 7th level, it attracted a lot of attention. After he was promoted to the 7th level of Taoism, he even defeated another 7th level monk from Hangzhou in a competition. The opponent was also the number 1 person in Hangzhou in the past. After that, Old Man Songhe also became a veritable master of Hangzhou. The strongest one after Old Man Songhe, there were also new 7th level monks in Hangzhou who challenged him, but were defeated by him and defended their glory. In Jianglan God's country, the most powerful people in many states are those who have entered the 7th level or above. Only the more remote states, such as Chuzhou, do not have 7th level monks. But when Duan Lingtian and Zhao Ani came to Jianglan after the Kingdom of God, but it raised the strength level of the strongest players in the 2 states. I heard that Old Man Song's second way has already reached the 6th level. That's why he has such strength. I don't know if it's true or not. In my opinion, it's true. Otherwise, why would he be recognized as the first echelon of the 7th level Dao in Jianglan God's country? While many people were whispering, some monks who knew Old Man Songha came up to say hello to Old Man Songha, but they basically greeted him in a humble manner because they were not as powerful as Old Man Songha. After Old Man Songha finished dealing with the people who came to say hello, he sat cross-legged in the void and began to close his eyes and meditate. At this time, if any new people approach, even those who know Old Songha, they will not be able to disturb him. Another old man is here. Soon, when more than a dozen figures came from the sky in the distance, someone recognized the leader. He was also an old man, with white hair and a childish face, and an extraordinary temperament. Elder. Some people are confused. That's our new strong man in Yunzhou, Old Man Qingyun. What? Haven't you heard of it? A monk from Yunzhou asked doubtfully. Is he Old Man Qingyun? The new strongest person in Yunzhou? I heard that he is very strong. He not only defeated the original strongest person in Yunzhou, but also a 6th-level Taoist who came from Qianzhou near Yunzhou. The strongest man in Qianzhou, a 7th-level monk, also went to Yunzhou to discuss with him, but was defeated by killed his men. He just rose up not long ago. I haven't really seen him, but I have heard about him. Old Man Qingyun is none other than Zhao Ani, who comes from the same place as Duan Lingtian. He is the ancestor of the Qingyun holy sect in the land outside the world in the past. He is a powerful 7th-level existence. He became good friends with Duan Lingtian and was promoted to the strongest 7th level. Try to find after meeting Duan Lingtian several times, during the discussion with Duan Lingtian, his strength has obviously improved a lot. Before the destruction of the Outer Land, although the Outer Land had given birth to many powerful 7th-level warriors, his strength was still at the forefront, second only to Xue Qingzhu and Bibo Tianfu from the 13th city of the Western Jin dynasty, Meng Han and several others. Now, the dozen or so people behind Qingyun Old Man Zhao Ani are all saints from the past outside the world. After confirming his identity, they went to Qingyun Mansion in Yunzhou to seek refuge with him. This time, when they learned that the celebrity Duan Lingtian from their original world was going to compete with an 8th-level master from the Jianglan Divine Kingdom, they were also very interested and came with Zhao Ani to join in the fun. It was precisely because of their existence that Zhao Ani couldn't get rid of them and went to Duan Lingtian to reminisce about the past. I thought that after this duel was over, I would get together with Duan Lingtian. Master of the Palace, do you think Lord Duan Lingtian can win? A person behind Zhao Ani asked Zhao Ani. Hearing this, Zhao Ani said calmly, whether he can win or not, we just have to wait and see. In my personal estimation, he will definitely win. Zhao Enya's voice was not loud, but it was not small either. The strength of everyone present was not weak. Basically, they are all powerful people who have entered the Tao. When they heard Zhao Enya's words, many people felt that he was a bit arrogant. This old man Qingyun, he is so optimistic about Duan Lingtian? Does he not know how powerful Senior Hong Dongchuan is? I heard that he and Duan Lingtian are fellow villagers, and they are suspected of coming from the world behind the creation life chart. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian, it is normal for him to have confidence in Duan Lingtian. The world after the creation life chart? Not long ago, the world behind the creation life chart Pan Xinzhu was seriously injured and escaped, and the lives that escaped from the world of creation Mingpan? I heard that at that time, several powerful Hadao men joined forces and did not leave Yuluaha behind, and let Yulua take away the badly injured Chuangshi life Pan. After learning that Zhao Ani and Duan Lingtian were suspected to be from the creation world, many people looked at Zhao Ani curiously. There were also some people who didn't know much about the creation chart and asked curiously. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, they couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder Chuzhou and Jiangzhou in the Jianglan Divine Kingdom have had an incident recently. Located above the 7th floor of the entrance rode the strong man on the top. Turns out to be a person from the world of creation and birth chart. I heard that in the world of the creation chart, there are rules set by the owner of the creation chart. The life born in it can even live forever in the world inside. Eternal life? Real or fake? In the world of gods and earth, even those who are strong in harmony cannot live forever. At this time, even old man Songha couldn't help but open his eyes and walked towards Zhao Ani. Luo Song, I have met fellow Taoist Zhao. Fellow Taoist Luo. Zhao Ani has been here for a while and heard many people mentioning the old man Songhe. He knew that the other party was quite powerful and was a leader among the 7th-level Taoists in Jianglan Divine Kingdom, so he did not dare to neglect and responded with a smile. Fellow Taoist Zhao, do you really come from the world in the creation chart? Songhe Old Man Luo Song was obviously also quite curious about this. Faced with Luo Song's inquiry, Zhao Ani was about to speak, but by chance, at this moment, he saw someone out of the corner of his eye, and he couldn't help but look excited for a moment. It's him. He is here too. Chapter 4664. When Zhao Ani looked over, Feng Qingyang, who had just arrived at the scene, also saw him. After nodding and smiling at him, he also approached Yukong. Recently, when I was in the capital of Jianglan Divine Kingdom, I often heard the name of the old man Zhao Ani from Qingyun in Yunzhou. I guessed it was you at that time. I didn't expect to meet so soon. Feng Qingyang came not far from Zhao Ani and said with a smile. Senior Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhao Ani also said with a smile, but with a bit of respect in his tone, because he and Duan Lingtian are equals, and Feng Qingyang is Duan Lingshan's master, and he has always been called the other person senior. Even if the other person was in the counter-god world in the past, he was told many times that he didn't need to be called that. This is the #1 person in Hangzhou, Old Man Songhe, fellow Taoist Luo Song. Zhao Ani did not ignore Luo Song for too long, and introduced him to Feng Qingyang at the right time. He had heard about Luo Song. If Luo Song really mastered the second path and reached the 6th level as the rumors said, then he would definitely not be his opponent. Maybe even the senior Feng in front of him would not be his opponent. I have been in the capital for a while and have heard of Taoist brother Luo Song. Feng Qingyang nodded to Luo Song and smiled friendly. Zhao Ani then introduced Feng Qingyang to Luo Song. Fellow Taoist Luo Song, this is the master of Duan Lingtian, one of the 2 protagonists today. Feng Qingyang, because Duan Lingtian and I are the same generation, I call him senior. You can just discuss friendship with him as an equal. After hearing Zhao Enya's introduction to Feng Qingyang, Luo Song was shocked. This was Duan Lingshan's master? Luo Song, I have met fellow Taoist Feng. He can still look down on Zhao Ani, but he dare not look down on Feng Qingyang. After all, he is Duan Lingshan's master. Duan Lingtian is a powerful person who has entered the 8th level of Taoism. Fellow Taoist Luo Song, didn't you just ask me if I came from the creation life plan world? I, Duan Lingtian, and Senior Feng are all from the creation life plan world. Duan Lingtian and Senior Feng, even more so ours the world's top powerhouse. Zhao Ani said with a smile. Luo Song was startled, looked at Feng Qingyang, and asked tentatively, Fellow Taoist Feng, you must not have just entered the 7th level of Taoism, right? Zhao Ani just wanted to say that although Feng Qingyang is also on the 7th level, his strength is far superior to that of ordinary 7th level people. At least he is not Feng Qingyang's opponent. However, Feng Qingyang was the first to speak. I didn't break through earlier than my disciple. I was lucky enough to break through to the 8th level recently. One sentence shocked Zhao Ani and the people behind him. Senior Feng, you made a breakthrough? Zhao Ani said in surprise, and a group of the strongest, half-saints, and saints from the outside world behind him also congratulated Feng Qing, although it was basically their first time. Seeing the wind blowing gently, it does not affect them to the wind. Qingyang spreads kindness. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded in response. Another one enters the 8th level. As Feng Qingyang spoke, Luo Song was shocked. Although the second Tao he had comprehended had reached the 6th level, he was still far from his opponent in the face of the being who had comprehended the 8th level. Any one of the 10,000 ways, the further you understand it, the more outrageous the gap becomes. Others present were also shocked when they found out that Feng Qingyang was Duan Lingshan's master and a powerful person at the 8th level. Hello, fellow Taoist Feng, I am. The wind is friendly. A group of people gathered around and took the initiative to say hello to Feng Qingyang. They were all very enthusiastic. For a time, Feng Qingyang seemed to be the absolute protagonist before the arrival of Duan Lingtian and Hong Dongchuan, and was very popular. It wasn't until one of today's two protagonists, Hong Dongchuan, appeared that everyone's attention shifted. Most people knew Hong Dongchuan and came forward to say hello. Sir Hong Dongchuan, are you sure of the battle today? Nothing. What people didn't expect was that as soon as Hong Dongchuan opened his mouth, he bluntly said that he was not sure, which shocked everyone present. They never expected that Hong Dongchuan would be timid before fighting, or that he would think he was inferior to his opponent before fighting. Lord Hong Dongchuan, are you kidding me? If you were not sure, how could you make an appointment with him to fight at Qingtian Peak? Faced with this inquiry, Hong Dongchuan said calmly, although I am not sure, I still want to have a discussion with him and see his methods. As Hong Dongchuan finished speaking, Feng Qingyang and Zhao Ani saw Duan Lingtian coming from a distance. Next to Duan Lingtian, there were two young women wearing veils and an old man. The two women were his wives Kir and Huana. As for the old man, he is layman Tingyun from Shuyun's sect in Chuzhou. Master. As soon as Duan Lingtian came over, he saw his master, and his face suddenly showed surprise. The same was true for Kir and Huana beside him. They didn't expect to be so unexpected and encounter such a surprise here. Master? Layman Tingyun on the side heard Duan Lingtian looking at a young man in the distance in surprise and calling him master, and his attention was immediately attracted. Because, when he was still in Duan Mansion in Chuzhou, he heard many people who came to Duan Lingtian mention some things in the world of creation and birth chart. He knew that Lord Duan Lingtian had a master who was not much weaker than him. He was already on the 7th level of Taoism when he and Master Duan Lingtian were separated. Ha! Shan! Feng Qingyang smiled and ran towards Duan Lingtian in both directions. In fact, it really depends on the time. The two of them haven't been separated for long, but when they meet again, they are in another world, which makes the two of them feel like they are separated from each other as if they had been separated for thousands of years for a long time. Master! Kir and Huana also smiled and said hello. Seeing the two girls, Feng Qingyang gave a bitter smile. Xiaoyun, you were very careful and didn't let my two disciples and my wife get separated. It was me. Your wife was actually not far away from me at the time, but because I was too concerned about the external situation, so much so that I and she was dispersed by the turbulent space of destruction. Ahem. Duan Lingtian coughed and directly stabbed his master's heart on a spiritual level. Master, in fact, your other two disciples and wives have not separated from me, but they are still staying in Chuzhou. In addition, my parents didn't get separated from me either. Hearing this, Feng Qingyang was silent for a moment, then glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. You kid, are you trying to make me angry? Haha. Duan Lingtian laughed and then said, Master, after you finish watching this showdown between me and Senior Hong Dongchuan, go to Duan Mansion in Chuzhou City. Master's second sister is also there now. Who knew? When she heard this, Feng Qingyang's pupils shrank, and then she waved her hands repeatedly. I won't go there if she's here. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.